space, because obviously the divisions of East and West were quite obviously structuring political action and political thought in the mainstream. But then, as you might recall, not necessarily personal, some of you personal and some of you already from history, basically in the late 80s opened up this utopian space, and all of a sudden things that were considered to be only kind of virtual could be real. And one of these virtual realities that became somehow tangible is this university, which was kind of evolving in these discussions in the late 80s about what could be done for this region, how it would be possible to kind of reconnect it to international circulation. And originally, as you probably know, it was also a polytopia, in the sense that it was not meant to be only in one place, but was supposed to have some sort of kind of a network of structures and mobility of different people and different institutions. And then at some point it was kind of concentrated on Budapest and Prague, and then finally on Budapest. And that has been a certain moment, it seemed, that somehow Utopia became reality, and this kind of space, or extraterritorial space, could be actually localized somewhere in the region. And then the 1990s, 2000s, with all the complexities of making a young institution and kind of struggling all the complexities of running this and making it secure and creating its own intellectual kind of profile, it looked like that there is something that is kind of localizable in this utopian spirit. And it was, of course, also very much connected to the other keyword of your conference, democracy, yes, then like how this kind of utopian space is actually able to catalyze democratic agency and kind of socialize people in an alternative socialization that could have an impact on the region. And the idea was originally to kind of be a transformative institution for East Central Europe, but then, as people recalled already in the 1990s, the borders of Eastern Central Europe were moving 50 kilometers every year to the east. So, I mean, every year more and more people came from places which were not traditionally the East Central European region. So it was also a kind of reconfiguration of what it means to be transformative and for whom. And then, as you probably also recall, not already from history books, but from your own memory, the early 2010s kind of created a very, very different dynamic in Hungary in particular, but of course in the whole region in general. And all of a sudden, this Central European discourse, which in the 1980s was the utopian discourse to kind of delimit this part of the world from the East and kind of negotiate its historical and futural relationship to the West, rather, all of a sudden became a kind of retrogressive utopia, if you want. Very interestingly, and it's not by chance, people who in the 1980s used this or were part of the discourse of Central Europe as a kind of l'Europe kidnappée, as Kundera put it, in the 2010s, European utopia became a utopia of being detached from the West, kind of creating an alternative politics and an alternative social world. I mean, it's called in different ways, in different contexts. In Hungarian, we call it system of national cooperation, which is, I think you can already sense the kind of quasi-totalitarian connotations of this in other Central European contexts where the discourse is less formalized. It's probably less obvious how it is called, but this kind of dynamic was actually becoming more and more obvious. And then, as you probably know, in one way or another, this kind of pressure culminated in the pushing out of CU from Hungary. And then there is another part of this utopian story that I would like to share with you very shortly, and that's the utopia of trying to still do something here. Yes, because I mean, it became somehow convenient for many people to reframe this university as a Western university. For some people, it was always a Western university, but then, of course, this in-betweenness that was very much the DNA of this institution is not completely erased and erasable. It is still somewhere there in the, if you want, in the DNA of this institution, but it's very much contested. For some people, it's much easier to imagine ourselves to be a convenient competitor of, I don't know, LSE or Utrecht, and basically forget about this part of the world, which is also part of the story that, of course, the combination of students is very different than it was. I mean, obviously, in the last 20 years, it became much easier for the upper class from East Central Europe. It became much easier to be part of the global trends, and for the people who don't manage to get out, they don't manage to get out even to see you, let alone even sometimes to their own capital cities. So I mean, like basically this kind of social divide kind of created new inclusion and exclusion dynamics, which makes it easier for a Chinese middle class family to send their kids to see you than a Romanian one or a Bulgarian one. So it's a kind of very specific dynamic. It also created a new geography, and it also created a new identity for the university. But I think it's quite obvious, as a Hungarian political thinker said in 1945 about East Central Europe, that East Central Europe is a quite uninteresting region. Usually nothing interesting happens there. It's nothing specific there, but there is one minor specificity that so far 2 world wars started in this part of the world, and if there will be a third one, it will also start here. I don't want to be dystopian, and I don't think, let's hope that the Russian-Ukrainian war is not the beginning of the Third World War, but I think we feel, yes, that this part of the world is not just kind of, it's not superior to anything. I mean, I think if you have 2 world wars to start, you cannot claim moral superiority, but it is something that you have to bear in mind, keep looking at and analyze and connect to other parts of the world, because if it is kind of becoming a black hole, then we know what happens. And I think we know what happened to for example, Eastern Ukraine after 2014, when nobody paid attention to what's going on. So I would like to just recall that you are, as I said, in a double utopian space, even if this panopticon-like space you might even recall rather dystopian kind of feelings in some ways. So I would just encourage you to think very bravely about all these topics that you will be touching, and always keep, as utopian scholars always do, open many potential interpretative and in a way hermeneutical possibilities of what are the implications of what you are studying, because what we are studying when we are talking about utopia and democracy is not just something in the past. Yes, it's also something in the future, and in this sense the futurality of utopian thinking is not just something that we can project now back to the past, the kind of vergangene Zukunft of Kozelek, but also something that should be taken seriously for us now if we want to populate spaces like what you are now populating in the future as well, and not just abandon it to some sort of dystopian or retrotopian alternative reality, which is so conveniently filling up these holes with its own kind of autocratic political culture, where there is no space for alternatives and there is no space for anything that would keep people somehow being able to negotiate their freedom against systems of national cooperation, so to say. So welcome to all of you, and of course we are very, very grateful to all the colleagues who are putting their energy into this, of course Zsolt mainly, but the whole team around this, and together at Henkel Foundation, who was funding this whole project that is running the Democracy Institute now. So welcome, and let's now pass the word.
Thank you very much, Balázs. Indeed, let me very briefly introduce myself. My name is Zsolt Cigányik. I'm a literary scholar from ELTE University and currently working as the lead scholar of this research group with my 2 colleagues, Iva Dimovska and Darina Koryagina. But mainly I would like to introduce Luisa Passerini, who's online with us from the European University Institute in Florence. She's a professor emerita of history, and if I wanted to talk just very briefly about each book she wrote, then she wouldn't have time for her talk. But just to give a few titles, I think the first one was Fascism in Popular Memory. Then what is very interesting for me is Autobiography of a Generation. The generation is the 1968 generation. And then she wrote about memory and utopia. And this is where she helped very much my understanding of the complexity of the concept of utopia. But I would not like to talk too much about this, because that will be something very important in her talk, which is titled utopian versus utopian, and the inverted commas are important in the title. Luisa, please start your talk.
Thank you, Zsolt. Thank you very much for this invitation. I appreciate the fact of being in a utopian space, even if I am virtually so, but certainly the words of the introductions that we just heard are very positive and hopeful for our future, which present in Europe is not so wonderful, but I am convinced, as you are, that a touch of utopia will help us to go over this difficult period. So I have given this sort of strange title to my talk, Utopian versus Utopian, which I will try to explain. It starts from a difference existing in my mother tongue, which is Italian, and it is the difference between utopico and utopistico, utopian and utopianistic, if this word can be accepted. It is in the Roget's Thesaurus, but actually it's not used very much. I think you will allow this reference directly to my mother tongue, as I understand that one aspect of present-day utopia is a transnational perspective in which we can give the right value to our countries and at the same time establish deep links with the other ones. And so this difference existing in Italian between utopian and utopianistic is in the sense, goes in the sense that utopico or utopian is practically achievable. It's something possible. And although in a very far future, perhaps, while utopistico is a negative, it's a pejorative word. The suffix istico gives a pejorative sense, so it is impossible. So the reason for going through this difference is that the two terms appeared in the period between 1820 and 1830, when Italy was still divided. It had not reached the liberation from foreign domain, and it had not reached the unity. So it was struggling. There were movements, revolutionary movements, struggling for a liberal constitution and the creation of one nation. In this time, the difference between utopic and utopianistic, utopico and utopistico, was meant to indicate the different nuances of participation by citizens to the liberation of the country and its unity. I tried to find in other languages the difference between these two terms, and I didn't really find a similarity. In French, utopico is translated as utopique, and utopistico is and utopista are flattened together as utopiste, as a substantive. In German, both utopico and utopistico are rendered as utopisch. And so in Spanish, utopico, in modern Greek, utopikos. To clarify this difference in the Italian language, which I think it may be relevant to our reflections today and tomorrow, is the fact that what is defined in other languages, for instance in English, as a utopian socialism, which included thinkers such as Fourier, Blanqui, Proudhon, and Owen, a term used by Engels and Marx to indicate the difference between utopian socialists and their own scientific socialism. Well, this difference in Italian is not called socialismo utopico, but utopistico, to stress the pejorative suffix of the term. So all this is to say that in my language, but I think also in other languages, the term utopia and the adjectives, pertaining adjectives, utopian and utopianistic, indicate an extremely problematic status of the term, mixing the positive and the negative, and always presenting the possibility of a degeneration of utopia towards something that is not democratic, something that is based more on order, a new order, rather than on desire. These are the two poles between which utopia moves, order and desire. I shall try to explain better how this works. And I'll go back to the decades 1960s, 1980s, which were particularly important for the political sense given to the terms of utopia, utopic, and utopianistic. This was a sort of language which was widespread in and around youth, student, and gender movement, which included manual and intellectual workers, technicians, intellectuals, artists, and professionals, and women's, queer, trans, and generally LGBTQ plus movements. It was a sort of mouvance, a French term indicating something more than a socio-political movement, rather something like a changing landscape of mentalité. So the link between the movements mentioned above, these social political movements, and the other important movements of the time, the liberation movements in other continents, the previous movements who were active, especially in Europe and the transatlantic area, North America, while the liberation movements were active in Africa, America, South America, and Asia. The link between these global movements has not to be underestimated. So an aspect of utopia in those decades was, in fact, the sense that there was a link between all these different movements around the world. In 1960s, 1980s Italy, the new link established by all these movements between utopia and a possible revolution, including daily life and subjectivity, led to the adoption of utopico against utopistico. The insertion of subjectivity, understood as everyone's right to be the subject of their own life and history, and as well as history in general, led to a constellation including democracy. The novelty was the critique of representative democracy and the insistence on direct democracy, an essential element in restoring the primacy of direct democracy as against representative democracy, in spite of the many contradictions that this implied, that I will hint at. So the vindication of the right to subjectivity had as a corollary the refusal of hierarchies between the subjects of revolt. The movement of those 2 decades challenged, on the one hand, the concept of center-periphery, used even by progressive political economists, to describe the contrast between various regional sub-situations. And on the other hand, They challenged the hierarchical notion of a privileged subject of social change, such as the industrial workers of advanced societies, which had been central in the political structure of the internationals. At the same time, the student movements attacked the notion of another privileged subject, youth, when they criticized the sociologism of any definition of young people as the ultimate rebellious social category par excellence. An attitude prevailed which posited the equivalence of revolt in various sectors of work and life, as well as geographical zones. Students in different parts of the world felt legitimized to rebel inasmuch as they were students. They did not believe they had to justify their actions on the basis of an alliance with other social strata. At the same time, they were convinced of the link between all the fights for freedom throughout the world. I would like particularly to insist on the enormous enlargement of the definition of the historical subject and its location by the women's movement, which extended the idea of freedom, democracy, and utopia to some extent to home and domesticity, and also stressed the importance of intersubjectivity by affirming the principle of sisterhood, much later questioned by women of color who criticized the approach of white middle-class women. So I want to I have briefly hinted at the plurality of utopian hopes that the movements of the 60s and 80s proposed to the world, and at the same time, the plurality of subjects and the need for intersubjectivity together with a universalistic approach. In the context of a history of subjectivity, I find it appropriate to link the concept of utopia with the 1960s and 1980s movements, although their protagonists did not use this term very often, because they insisted on the opposition between the realism of their approach and any utopia. So they didn't want, in 68, to use utopia in order to avoid the possible sense of impossibility and how shall I say, impossibility and absurdity that sometimes had this term. But some slogans, like the 68 slogan, being a realist means demanding the impossible, indicates that utopia was present, and with the usual ambiguity between utopia and impossible, utopia and guide for the possible. It is significant that even the criticism brought by the bien-pensants to the 60s movements, in the words, what do they want? They want the impossible, had a correspondence in the desires and slogans of the social-political movements. The idea of wanting the impossible and saying that the impossible is realistic to some extent. There is an interesting book by Gianni Statera called History of a Utopia. Actually, this is the literal translation of the Italian title, but was published in 73. But when the book was translated into English, it was called Death of a Utopia, which indicated how utopia, as presented by the youth movements and women movements, had gradually succumbed to harsh reality. So if we can decide to redefine the terms utopia, utopian, and utopistic in the perspective of subjectivity, I think we can find help in an interpretation that stresses the psychoanalytic element of 1968. Psychoanalysis, and particularly I've chosen one psychoanalyst, Elvio Facchinelli, who analyzed in 68 and then again in 88 the characteristic from the psychoanalytic point of view of the movements of the 60s. He said that the participants in the movements realized that what counts is not the object of desire, but the state of desire, and that the satisfaction of desire is the death of the community. So it is the existence of this community that shows that the utopian tension it organizes is the only possibility of denying this present. The group, the collectivity, understands that the realization of desire is maybe an illusion. It opposes to a society a perennial, it is not enough. In other words, it opposes desire to need, while the satisfaction of needs had been the word of order for the interpretation of revolt and revolution given by the left that was still linked with the Third International. The link between utopian subjectivity emerges clear from this interpretation. The psychoanalyst Elvio Facchinelli coined the term dissident desire. Dissident desire as a situation of reaction to the situation of despair, both private despair and social atomization of the industrially developed country. What was radically new was that the dialectic of desire had been set in motion. Every goal and proposal was left behind as soon as it was reached. What was requested yesterday and is obtained today is no longer considered enough. In this context, utopia indicates the relationship of the subject to their desire. It is a utopia of desire put into practice. Significantly, the term that Facchinelli used was utopico rather than the positive form of the adjective, rather than utopistico, to avoid the undertone of impossibility. 20 years later, the same psychoanalyst, replying to an interview, talked again about the utopian tension organized in group, always connecting utopia and community. And this time he referred to the Italian workers, factory workers, hot autumn in 69, and defined those years as a great collective falling in love, un grande innamoramento collettivo, which at the same time allowed a cold and lucid view of society. So it was desire and passion that allowed lucidity of the view of society. And the logic of desire exposed to the extreme the lack of meaning in society. It was the anguish provoked by the risk of going back to the void that had pushed people in the 1970s when the utopian tension had subsided in Europe, to find refuge in old organizational party. The disappearance of utopia was connected by Facchinelli with the successful role of some of its protagonists in society. It is not by chance, he wrote, actually it is thanks to that cold and lucid view of the protagonist of 68 that former 68ers became brilliant brokers of managers. What this utopian tension meant towards power was certainly the intention to disrupt the existing political sphere, its methods and aims, but it also implied challenging the forms of power in daily life, therefore discovering the political side of every sphere including the private one. The most important aspect of this strength of criticism was a widespread anti-authoritarianism in the schools, the university, the family, the factory. What was central was the proposal of egalitarianism, an attitude proper to the private sphere as well as to the public, to the home as well to the factory and the territory. This meant that one more dichotomy was challenged with an attack to the very boundary between the utopian and the real as usually conceived. In view of all this, the utopian tension of the decades 1960s and 70s and 80s is not to be understood in the sense of projecting the ideal picture of a perfect future world, not a utopia in that sense, but rather of being engaged in a radical criticism of the present and in changes to be started immediately from one's own situation. So the belief in the possibility of changing the world for the better was held both in political and social terms. The very difference between these terms was abolished in the tendency to break boundaries between politics, art, and all the specialized activities on one hand and daily life on the other. Up to this point of my talk, I have tried to show in which sense the movements of the decades 1960s, 80s around the world had a component of utopia. The relevance of this is that those movements intervened in history after a period during which a certain type of utopia seemed definitely buried, at least in the sense that the 20th century had done with totalitarian utopias. On the contrary, democratic utopias reappeared, although they included contradictory elements of leaderism and undemocratic ways of facing the conflicts. So the principle of direct democracy rather than representative democracy was proclaimed, but it often did not inform the practice of opposition movements and their efforts to put utopias into place. Now I would like to come closer to my own experience, considering that I have lived through the experience of 3 utopias at least. First, the 1968 or long 68 utopia, of which I've talked until now. Second, the feminist utopia. And third, the Europeanist utopia. To be fair, I should include a prequel, a 0 stage, a utopia of the past, which was the memory of the anti-fascist resistance that represented for my generation the utopia of a free way of living on the mountain, in the countryside, in arms, with the aim of building a totally new society. And during the 1950s, I was born during the 1940s. During the 1950s, my own generation had this memory of a utopia in mind. This memory nourished the 60s and our own utopia. I have talked about the 60s enough, and so I will come to the other very significant utopia I lived through, the feminist utopia at the end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s, a term, feminist utopia, that did not meet the favor of the women's movement because of its implication of possible unrealism. However, the concept has been at the center of a large production of feminist literature, both essayist and narrative, such as the works by Marge Piercy and Ursula Le Guin and Shulamit Firestone in her Dialectic of Sex, a manifesto with visionary quality that became a world bestseller in 1970, and she used the word utopia. Gender democracy is a particularly important area of meanings concerned with utopianism. By gender democracy, I understand not simply the aim to establish democracy between men and women, and not only because I have in mind an idea of democracy extending far beyond than formal equality. I mean a utopic principle indispensable for challenging gender hierarchies and roles, recognizing differences in a much larger sense than the rigid polarity female-male, and accepting the same rights for relationships established by anyone on the basis of any identity, or better, without the requirements of any fixed identity. The domain to which all this is referred is not only the legal, institutional, and organizational one in the life of society, but it permeates deeply the terrain of daily life in the areas of work, occupation, affect, production, and reproduction. Just to make a telling example from this feminist utopian literature, I'll take the case of The Left Hand of Darkness by Le Guin. In a society in which the main focus was on freedom from fixed sexual roles and on the liberation of gender from any form of violence, plus the attribution to everybody and to society as a whole of the tasks of daily life, including childbearing and raising. In this literary utopia by Le Guin, biological technology would allow every human being in certain periods of their life to generate. But in order to make this possible, the normative and even authoritarian aspects of social life were strong in the effort to substitute the family with other forms of regroupment, to substitute what's supposed to be the natural form of grouping between people with other aspects to be invented. So in this utopian novel by Le Guin, the stress on the element of order and normativity is present. This aspect had been indicated by Paul Ricoeur in his lessons on ideology and utopia in the 1980s in Chicago. In classical utopias, order has a central place, even if in the form of a new definition of order, which can be open-ended and in the process of defining itself, but still order it is with its regulative aspects. At the same time, this principle has to coexist and sometimes to clash with the recognition of the principle of desire as foundational of utopia. Such contradiction is always more or less implicitly present. In her seminal book, The Concept of Utopia, 1991, Ruth Levitas, after writing that it is clear that there is no consensus within utopian studies about the meaning of the term utopia, and therefore no agreement about the object of analysis, she admitted that the essence of utopia seems to be desire, the desire for a different, better way of being. So the tension between these two opposites, desire and order, seems to be the characteristics of utopia and indicates the need to keep this tension in such a way that one doesn't cancel totally the other. Even in the third type of my utopias, the Europeanist one, there is this double presence of desire and order. For some time, at least in my country, there was a strong desire, rather widespread in the population, for a unity of Europe, that perhaps in a utopian way of thinking, would solve many of the national problems. In the last 30 years, this Europeanist utopia, the dream of a European unity, seemed to vanish exactly at the time when the European construction started, although it might have been useful to keep those utopias in mind for criticizing the European Union while it was being constructed. At the same time, these are too seem to disappear from the dream of a united and free Europe, based on justice and freedom, justitia e libertà, as it has been prefigured by the Ventotene Manifesto of 1941, a manifesto written by some anti-fascist intellectuals in exile on the Ventotene Island, Ernesto Rossi, Spinelli, Ursula Hirschman, who called themselves liberal socialists, a sort of paradox, both liberal and socialist, trying to, and in this sense, also a utopian hope for Europe. I started thinking and writing on what Europeanness means at the end of the 1990s. In the first decade, I was aware that Europe was a concept with many utopic aspects, and as such, it was essential, useful to guide those of us who tried to work for a united continent in various ways and forms, including intellectual and cultural efforts to think European. It was not a normative idea, but rather an inspirational reminder, a patrimony that we have received from the past, and that some of us tried to gender differently than it was implied by the etymology of patrimony, the father, the law of the father. The effort was to change the sense of this etymology and not simply to add the dimension of gender to the idea of Europeanness, but to find inspiration for a new Europe in women who acted and studied in the perspective of Europeanism and Europeanness, thus allowing through our efforts, some important figures to emerge from oblivion or insufficient attention: Ursula Hirschman, Anna Siemens, Simone Weil, and Simone Weil. I must say that as years went by, the utopic savor of this debate underwent more and more infiltrations of utopistic, the negative one, in as far as putting into practice a Europe of freedom and justice appeared to move farther and farther away. This doesn't dispense us from continuing in our cultural and intellectual efforts to find a meaning of the ideas of Europe, Europeanness, and Europeanism, which is faithful to Utopia, to its Utopia. In my personal research, I try to connect Europe and love, Europe and desire, thus writing, I realize, a history of utopias. And this actually is only part of a large effort that is being done today, often using the term utopias in new ways. And for instance, recent utopias are created in the name of Black feminist utopias. And this is an indication of a new direction that the term utopia has taken. And the challenge seems to be how to reconcile the endeavor to recognize, for instance, the rights of Black feminism with the principle of intersectionality. I mean, the utopian challenge today seems to be to create, and I borrow phrases from Levy and Sayre, a reinvented human community freed from all alienation and reification, capable of recognizing the contrast and divergences as well as similarities based on the categories of difference, i.e., social origin, class, gender, race and color, age, corporeality and mobility. Utopia is today to find the relationship between each of these possible bases for identity and single communities and a general reinvented human community. If I may let the contrast between utopic and utopistic reappear at the end of my talk, I can say that while it would be utopistic to require that a democratic principle in the field of gender should be put into practice immediately in whole sectors of society, it is legitimately utopic to act and think so that changes can start to be made in several areas of a community towards certain goals, such as that diverse gender choices exist and have the right to exist, that any essentialist attribution of stereotypes to male and female are excluded, that patterns of hegemonic masculinities be abandoned, and so on. Utopia can be understood as an ideal and organizational principle that can help us as a shared guide in daily life. In this sense, I see today elements of utopianism in both its positive and negative meanings. I see these elements in movements, events, and processes that are ongoing or have taken place in recent times. Movements that at the moment can be ephemeral, partially subterranean and contradictory. For instance, the Occupy movements, the ecological and environmental movements, various forms of gender movements, as I have mentioned, feminist, women, queer, trans, LGBTQ+. So in the end, I would try to save the double meaning of utopia, combining utopico and utopistico, utopian and utopianistic, and utopistic, as two poles that we try to reconcile and never to subside only on one, to flatten only on one of them. To conclude, in his recent book, the Italian philosopher Romano Madera, a philosopher of the 1968 generation, in his recent book entitled Sconfitta e Utopia, Defeat and Utopia, Defeat and Utopia, while stressing the fact that we have been hardly and deeply defeated, meaning his own generation. So starting from defeat and going to utopia, he insists on the idea that utopia is the only human reality and that reality is a part of utopia, in the sense that human beings are literally utopian, since they have no fixed place and can make of any environment their own place. Utopian. In his view, in his vision, utopia can be a reply to defeat, while the philosophical understanding of one's own biography can be a way of starting the criticism of previous utopias, treated as materials for the elaboration of new utopias, without missing the sense of their value, a tolerant universalism, and the syncretism of utopias antagonistic to the existing civilization. Thus, excuse me, thus utopia can be understood as the beginning of history, he says, and the end of what we call history, which is actually, in Madera's term, just a cruel prehistory, a cruel prehistory. So he we recognize here a Marxian interpretation mediated, corrected by the Nietzschean idea of the centrality of the individual in its biographical particularity. In this interpretation, utopia can act as a critique of the existing world. If utopians, as some of us like to be, revise their imagination, our imagination, deep into the heart of their desire, our desire, fighting against the triumph of a system capable of phagocyting rebellions and changing radically their sense. Thank you. Cannot hear. I cannot hear.
Of utopico, utopistico.
Does she hear us now?
Sorry, I just started hearing you now. There
It
was a,
Okay,
Yes,
so let me begin again. So we
sorry
spoke a
for
little bit.
this. Mm.
No, it's a miracle to me that we can hear each other and see each other from
Yes, it's
from
a
a distance.
miracle,
So
yes.
for me, it's absolutely normal that technical problems occur. Abnormal is when they don't. So coming back to utopico, utopistico, we were just very quickly discussing that this actually exists in Hungarian as well. Utopicus, utopisticus. Only the meanings are not so diverse. Basically, correct me if I'm wrong. Mostly, it's pretty negative term in Hungarian. Utopia might be positive, but utopicus, utopisticus is expressing the unreality. I was wondering, there are many speakers of many languages in the room. Whether in your own language, is there a difference in terms? Is there a duality like in Italian, in Dutch, Macedonian, Ukrainian, Czech? Is it? Do you have any? I don't know everybody's native language, but so it seems to be pretty an Italian, pretty much an Italian issue. Okay. Nevertheless, I suppose we understand the differences, but I don't want to occupy this.
Maybe in German, utopisch and utopistisch, no? It's like utopischer Roman would be more kind of positive, and utopistisch is I think like utopistical.
And in German native speakers, okay, more or less, probably we can accept that. All right, I don't want to occupy the space here, so if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to speak up. Yes, please, Balázs.
I very much enjoyed what you said about this kind of sequencing of utopian experiences and how they are kind of built on each other, and at the same time there is a tension between them to a certain extent. Obviously, 68 utopia is not exactly a feminist utopia, and feminist utopia is not exactly European Union, so to say. But I would like to maybe go back to the title of this workshop, Utopia and Democracy, and ask whether there is not a bit more tension between these two than what came out from your lecture. Because I think historically, obviously, if we go back to the early modern utopias, there is clearly a non-democratic, or if you want, anti-democratic component. The designer vision is very much about autocratic, not in the autocracy necessarily in the kind of rule, but in terms of that somebody who designs this kind of utopian space is also mentally ruling it. Yes, I mean, in a way, it's going back to the Platonic roots of this whole utopian tradition, and definitely in Thomas More, and also like going up to 18th century. I mean, clearly it is not a democratic Utopia is not democratic at all. Now, in the 19th century, it's a complicated story, obviously, because there is a certain kind of democratization of utopia and utopianization of democracy, but there are also very many utopian traditions, including Saint-Simon and company, which are exactly also very much anti-democratic. And I would say that that also plays out in the interplay between utopianism and totalitarianism. And obviously that also comes back to a certain extent in the 1960s, 1970s. I think it would be one-sided to read 68 just as a kind of democratic utopia when they were also, I don't know, falling for Mao Zedong and Cultural Revolution and all that. I would also say that the European Union project or the European project is also very complicated because the technocratic element of the 1950s is very much a utopian globalist technocratic component, which is, however, actually very much against democratic participation. I mean, like, this is exactly the story of all the neoliberals who were actually putting their intellectual energy into the European project, not maliciously, but with a certain kind of conviction that massive social participation leads to civil war, and we need to kind of globalize or transnationalize the economy in order to create a kind of situation when there is no civil war. Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't comment on feminist discourses and democracy, but I would also say that probably there is a contestation between feminist agendas and formal democratic practices to a certain extent. So my question is that isn't there a certain kind of more profound tension between these two, and if yes, then how would we kind of negotiate this relationship in view of what you were saying? Because I mean, I had a feeling that you were very much trying to kind of create a harmonic reading of the two.
Of the two being utopian democracy.
Democracy,
Well, yeah, I wish there was a harmony, which is not always the case, because of I think the double meaning of utopia, in the sense that even and possibly the ambiguity of the term desire. If utopia has so much to do with desire, as many of the interpreters say, and certainly does, then desire is difficult to govern, and at the same time, desire does not really know democracy. I have been worrying, about this especially in relationship to the question of feminism and democracy. For instance, how can, for instance, a phrase like the democracy of the mothers, which is the democracy of the relationship between a mother and her children? It's an absurd question in a way, but it is, I think, connected with what you are saying. The fact that the strong element of desire in utopia can push people towards insisting so much on realizing what they think is desirable for everybody, that democracy goes lost. But also, I think that we have not come to terms with, we meaning my generation, but also I was talking with younger people, my students and so on, the relationship between direct and representative democracy. What do you think about this, for instance? Isn't it one of the problems that we have to face? Because, of course, direct democracy seems not to be possible in a large community. And at the same time, we must save ways of allowing direct democracy to exist. This perhaps would be a utopian goal, to have areas of society that allow direct democracy to be connected with representative democracy somehow. So experiments have been done in this sense, and especially, for instance, at the level of certain areas of town, certain boroughs where citizens have been meeting in assemblies to decide on certain aspects of common life, and then the decisions transmitted to the municipality and so on. So more could be done in this sense, perhaps. And it would not be utopic in the sense of the impossible.
Thank you. Later, direct democracy will be discussed by Anna Maria today. Any more questions from the floor? Yes, please, Greg.
Luisa, I found your account of growing up from the 40s onwards in Italy, vis-a-vis the utopian tradition, absolutely fascinating. And I wondered if you could expound a little bit more, expand on your description of the utopian visions that the anti-fascist resistance had in mind. You spoke in a kind of bucolic and rural tone of the fields and the countryside rather than the factories and the workshops. And I wondered whether this is heralding back to a much earlier tradition of a kind of agricultural golden age in Italian history, or even in regional history as opposed to the history of the nation as a whole, whether this was instead principally informed by Marxism, if the narrative is coming out of the PCI, or what other components there were to this idea of the resistance against both Mussolini and Hitler being in the name of a different kind of ideal society.
Louisa, could you hear the question?
I could hear. I couldn't see the person who was posing the question.
This was Gregory Claes, and unfortunately I cannot turn the cameras.
Okay. Well, thank you, Gregory. Thank you very much for this question, which I appreciate, because it allows me to explain a bit my generation's utopia at the end of the 50s, beginning of the 60s, before we had our own utopia. So it was a memory. And the reason why I did refer to mountains and countryside was that the stories we heard from the partisans, the former partisans, whom we went to interview, and in order to understand what had happened, insisted very much on the moment of freedom, the moments of freedom that they enjoyed in the mountains and in the countryside, because very often even the workers did leave the factory in order to escape the persecution of the fascists. But I would say that the factories were at the center of the actual resistance, and they were also at the center of our utopias, but in a sort of it was a sort of ideological way. Borrowing from Marx and Engels, the idea of a revolution of the working class. And there was sort of a contradiction between the people whom we knew, who had been partisans in the countryside, and the world of the factory, which remained somehow inaccessible to us until the end of the 60s. And the Communist Party did not really mediate. In fact, we meaning this generation, which was tried to be to the left of the Communist Party, we criticized very harshly the attitude of the Communist Party to save the pacification of the country after the resistance at a time when the resistance could have still gone on. As I say, this might have been utopian, but we felt, and many of the old communists felt, that the liberation had not been complete, that the democracy had not, the type of democracy we had reached was not enough. The Christian Democracy Party, which was ruling the country after the Second World War, was putting aside much of what could have been reached if the resistance had continued, so to say. So there were contradictions in our ideas, but there was also our effort to create something at the left of the Communist Party, which would have come only at the end of the 60s, and which was clearly utopistic, I think. I don't know whether I am replying to your question. What is your criticism to the relationship between utopia and democracy in this vision of young people, a generation of teenagers coming after fascism and after the resistance? There is not much about this, in fact, perhaps some novels, but it was a hope, that a dream that was resurrected and made into practice only in the second half of the 60s, really, while I was talking briefly about the end of the 50s.
Thank you. There's still, if that was sufficient for Greg, then
Is that a question back to me?
Louisa, should Gregory answer this question?
Yeah,
I
think we should continue this dialogue at least for a little while.
Is there a camera on?
You could come here.
So that's
If you turn that way.
Turn that camera.
which way?
Yeah,
Come to the center. Yeah.
Ah, okay. So you can see. Can you see
No,
me now?
she can see you.
Yes, you can see
Yes, you
me
can
now.
see.
You can see me now. Okay. So what I was trying to get at was really projecting from the history of the British Association traditions, or the various traditions. There's a grand rupture at the end of the 19th century between visions which harken back to a kind of pastoral, rural image and give primacy to life in the countryside and kind of remaking the country as in the image of a garden. We associate this with William Morris, used for nowhere in particular. There's a rupture on the one hand between that image and the image of the future as the gleaming skyscrapers, flying cars, and so on, that science fiction in the second half of the 19th century uses to build on what is really a much earlier Baconian tradition, where science and technology, innovation are driving the image of the future society. And these two visions collide. The most famous utopian writer of this period, H.G. Wells, uses images of both, but tends towards the much more modern aspect. So build new cities, people are likely to want to live in them rather than go back to the countryside. So that's the kind of question I was really asking you, because of course there are long traditions in every country of an ideal in the countryside before the cities begin to disrupt the social fabric of the society as a whole. And equally, certainly from the age that science fiction becomes popular in the late 19th century, there are images of utopia as, by definition, a modernist project, creating brand new cities, bringing the benefits of science, technology, medical innovation, and so on to a population which is much more condensed in large cities. So that's really what I was asking.
Well, I think that there is also something in the language which is connected with this. Traditionally, partisans, former partisans would talk about going to the mountains. even if that had not been literally going to the mountains, but had been fighting in whatever situation one was. I do not think, Gregory, that I understand the question of the pastoral tradition, but I don't think it was really the case in the actual resistance. Perhaps it was in some of the novels written about it. The tradition is alive, so to say. But the narrations, I was referring to my experience of the narrations by the former partisans who told us of their actions, both in the factory and in the countryside, in the mountains. There was a certain indulgence to this question of living free in outside of the town and coming back to attack the town and attack the fascists. So the certain areas, for instance, in Piedmont were, I'm just saying this because we just had the anniversary of the liberation, 25th of April. And so many people were interviewed who still had lived through that period. And in areas like in Piedmont, there was a great movement of resistance even in small villages. And they connected with the workers in the factories, but there was always, I think, this background of the countryside as a way to protect some of those who were fighting. And you know, the resistance in the factory was also the occupation of the factories, which changed, which is another landscape, yes. But this has been less transmitted, perhaps. Less, the transmission of these traditions was less articulated, I think. Of course, I'm trying to explain what was our utopia, not what actually was going on. It was our imagination of this, and it is somehow ironical that in the end our own utopia was totally in the cities. I mean, the universities and the factories in 69. So a point on which we could work would be, in fact, the discrepancy between the two utopias, those of the 50s and those of the 60s and the 70s, and the translation of the one into the other without apparent contradiction, because it was still the idea of freedom and liberation wherever it took place. But I appreciate very much. Yeah.
Actually, would you like to respond quickly?
Well, I just wanted to respond to one point you made earlier in your talk. A lot of the reaction, of course, in the cities of the 68 generation, hundreds of thousands of people go back to the land, quote unquote, as they did indeed in the 1890s. One of the reasons for doing this, to come back to the central theme of these 2 days here, was not because they wanted to be farmers, because most of them lacked the skills and inclination as well, and many of the rural communes failed for precisely that reason, but because they were critical of representative democracy in large urban areas. And the small-scale commune, which of course is the model of most of utopian thought until the 1850s, 1860s, really until Marxism starts to become very influential. The small-scale face-to-face commune, a la Fourier, Cabet, and so on, where up to a few thousand people could become acquainted with, know one another, and engage in political conversations, even if they didn't want to call them political conversations, but govern themselves more or less spontaneously and autonomously outside the mainstream of national politics.
And they wanted very much to live in communal ways and to go beyond the family. So this
Which
was
also done in the cities, of course, in the '68 generation, and you know the Wohngemeinschaft.
it continued with the communes movement.
Mhm.
It continued the
Okay.
communist movement. Yes.
Thanks so much.
Well, we
Louisa.
could go.
We can go on.
Thank you very much. It's actually now we're going into a well-deserved coffee break time. So thank you very much for your talk and also the responses to the questions. Carl just indicated that he dropped his question. For a little bit of technical information, when you leave immediately to the left, you will find a coffee space. And if you move more on to the left, you find toilets, also a water fountain behind a glass door. Actually, this is the female toilets plus one common toilet. And if you want, male toilets are both downstairs and upstairs. So, Louisa, once again, thank you very much for being with us and giving us this wonderful talk and the answers. And I hope you can stay for some longer online. We will continue at 11:45, which is just about 25 minutes from now. Thank you very much. Bye. And if the speakers of the next session would like to set up a PPT, then we could do that now.
But you're not a.
15 ilyen autón van. Az elég lesz rajta.
Yeah, and then there's no. But I can give you a program.
Ezzel lehet kollektivista
Ezt
utópiát
akartam mondani,
létrehozni,
hogy
ketten
az
nézzék.
utópiában, ugye
Én most
nem
akartam
pazaroljuk az
kérdezni, hogy
energiát.
van-e olyan, hogy nem csak ilyen bankhoz, mindegy, de azt akartam kérdezni, hogy az rendben, hogy csak nagyon röviden mutatom be az embereket, hiszen be vannak mutatva, és ne vesztegessük az időt ilyen felesleges körökkel. Igen, hol van, mit csinál, és akkor
Az mindig
jó, mert ez abszolút egyébként pazarló dolog, és mindig kifutunk amúgy, és hogy akkor ne az legyen.
Igen. Miért esetleg talán?
De most akarom.
Yes, I'm very glad you're so proactive.
Yeah.
Just grab it. Okay, that's good as well. Copy and then longer.
Said as an answer was interesting.
And then it should-
Exactly, I was thinking that how
paste,
frame
yeah.
expression in Euro form.
Perfect.
Exactly what she was also in makes sense. Emotion is not in the traffic. Sorry. And then you could take it in design. I mean, like I think. And then
és akkor ővé a legközelebbi szép, és akkor ez is egy kicsit még ilyen, hogy oda kell beszélni. Az is lehetett, szerintem itt most aztán nem jó.
Nice looking restaurant. Very kind of traditional.
Yeah, I'm afraid that otherwise you can't.
Hi, sorry, can you come to the tiered room 103? We need some help. We just want to set a presentation on PowerPoint presentation to the big screen. Yeah, thank you so much.
In the meantime, we can consider a connection between technology and utopia, utopistic, anti-utopia.
Yeah, sorry, just a few minutes. We want to share this presentation there, but so they will come and help us with that.
Okay. Okay.
I just don't know where they actually. Maybe can't we just. Okay, so I would use this unexpected time to introduce our three speakers today, actually quite briefly. The first speaker is going to be Nick Bartels, who is at the moment a junior core fellow at the CU Institute for Advanced Study. And she specializes in ancient Greek political thought. And I think that this specialization really adds to the diversity of this workshop, because I think many of us, especially historians, maybe not the political scientists, we follow always different trajectories for conferences, workshops, depending on not our area specialization, but the time, early modernist, and so on. So it really happens that we have an event where we have representatives of different periods. And Mir has her PhD from Leiden University in classics. And her research has focused on the political thought of Plato and Aristotle, and probably also several other subjects. And she has held fellowships and lived in the UK, Germany, Romania, and Italy. This is what I actually read out from this sheet that we were given as part of the conference dossier. But I've also read about her, probably on ORCID, that she has taught in 4 different languages. And I think that's also quite an achievement. Yes. And now we are hoping.
Are you presenting from here, or?
Well,
And you want to share this one?
Yeah, on the And maybe we should learn how to do this for the following sessions.
Are you? Who is that?
But she wants to share on the big screen.
Yes, but you need to put the security settings, and then the share screen, and here knows what is going to share. It's there. Hello?
So after this technological intermezzo, then I would like to invite Mir to give her talk on what would an ancient democratic utopia have looked like. I don't know if people can see us. Okay.
Thank you so much. And first of all, I would like to thank very much the organizers, Zolt, Eva, and Darina, for their invitation to contribute to this workshop. As a classicist working on ancient philosophy, so as you may understand, this also comes with a bit of a challenge to my professional pride, since, of course, I feel that I'm under the obligation to say that, to show that ancient thought on democracy still has a real contribution to make to modern discussions. And I very much look forward to the papers over the next couple of days. So it has often been observed, so I'm going to read, I suppose, as quickly as possible, because we are supposed to stay within the 20 minutes time frame. So it has often been observed that while the ancient Greeks invented both the notion and practice of democracy, of which the Athenian democracy of the 5th and 4th centuries BCE is the most prominent and well-documented example, the extant ancient Greek texts that we would assign to political theory or political philosophy do not supply a systematic defense of the democratic regime. The major Greek texts on political thought are mainly engaged with the description of democracy as a phenomenon, with pointing out the surprising success of democracy, or with the ways in which democracy is deficient compared to the best possible regimes. The most famous utopian designs in our classical Greek texts, the better or even best possible cities in Plato's Republic and Laws, are not democratic utopias and generally treat of democracy in a very critical way. That does not mean, however, that some of the utopias that we do find in ancient literature do not present ideals that we would not hesitate to connect with democracy, most importantly, the idea of equality or even egalitarianism, which in political context is first and foremost associated with a democratic regime. That absolute equality between people was considered a hallmark of democracy may already be sufficiently exemplified by a no doubt provocatively intended remark by the 4th century philosopher Isocrates, not to be confused with Socrates, who writes in his Panathinaikos that Sparta is in fact more democratic than Athens, because Spartan citizens are more equal than the citizens of Athens, and he means more equal in terms of wealth, education, and social status. In this talk, however, I will not look at the ancient utopian texts, but I will rather look at what ancient sources have to say about what was wrong with democracy, and on that basis, work out a number of inferences for what might add up to a democratic utopia. And this is, of course, a highly speculative endeavor because the ancient evidence only takes us so far. I will draw on two groups of sources, both critical of democracy. First, moral assessments of the occupations of the demos in Democratia, moral considerations about those occupations, and considerations about inclusion or exclusion from citizenship on that basis. And second, Aristotle's hierarchical ranking of 4 different types of democracies, which offers additional suggestions about what sort of way to spend one's daily life makes one qualified and equipped to engage in politics in the first place and to be a good citizen. So my approach to the question of democratic utopia will be rather eclectic, in the sense that I will not be engaged with reconstructing the thought of one particular philosopher, but I will rather try to fuse evidence from different authors, in particular the 4th century authors Aristotle and Xenophon. Aristotle's Politics, in particular, is a useful source in the endeavor of constructing an ancient utopian democracy, a democracy that the ancients did not even imagine, even though Aristotle's ellipticism at times forces us to reconstruct the reasons and moral assumptions that underlie his classifications. And in particular, I shall focus on what Aristotle says about how citizens, those who partake in the regime and are responsible for upholding the political and legal order, ought to spend their time. This is because the question of citizen occupations is both central to this criticism of democracy that we find in the mostly elite philosophers writing in classical Athens, and because from Aristotle's considerations about citizens in the ideal city that he designs in books 7 and 8 of his Politics, we learn something about what he thought was objectionable about those occupations. Now, some just clarificatory remarks. Since I use democratic in my title, in the ancient sense of democracy, I should begin by saying briefly something about the ancient conception of democracy for the sake of disambiguation. As is clear from the name, democratia is the regime where the demos has the power, and that means the common people, that social group of citizens were non-propertied and less educated people who had day jobs, but who were numerically in the majority. So by sheer majority, the common people came to outweigh and prevail over the leaders and more wealthy property classes. In other non-democratic constitutions, the demos was mostly excluded from citizenship and hence politics. And that means that democracy is the distinctive type of regime in which the members of the demos do have access to the main deliberative and judicial institutions of the polis, of the city. In the terminology that is used, for instance, by Aristotle, is that they have a share in the politeia, they met eigein tes politeias, they have a share in the regime or the constitution. So to be sure, and contrary to what has sometimes been asserted by historians of ancient democracy, demos did not mean everyone or rule by the people or self-rule, although within democratic contexts, it could later take on such a meaning. Democratia, a term which occurs for the first time in an inscription in the mid-5th century BCE, refers to what distinguishes democracy from other regimes. So this ancient conception of democracy is very much an empirical definition. Democracy is distinct from oligarchy, kingship, tyranny, etc., because the members of the demos were full citizens and therefore had access to the political and judicial roles in the city. In a monarchy or tyranny, those two functions would have been monopolized by a single ruler. In a democracy, on the other hand, these functions were accessible to all, including the demos. So for a proper understanding of ancient democracy, it is important to note that it is not only the political institutions as such that make a democracy a democracy. Athens is not just a democracy because there is a citizen assembly, an ecclesia. Non-democracies, including oligarchies, also had citizen assemblies. And the key question is therefore, who is allowed to speak in the citizen assembly? In Athens, the values and conventions of isegoria, equality of speech, and paresia, free or frank speech, gave every citizen an equal right to speak in the assembly, regardless of social and economic status. In Athens, the speakers are not the elite, but what is called ho boulomenos. Whoever wants to speak publicly is free to do so. The act of speaking publicly is not governed by status, but by the willingness to speak. Now, for thinkers such as Plato and Aristotle, who belonged to the social elite, the problem with democracy is not just, as is often asserted, that the common people lack the expertise of the more philosophical kind. The more fundamental problem is that democracy admits to power people who in daily life exercise occupations for making a living, which they, so Plato and Aristotle, considered at odds with the tasks that citizenship consisted in, the virtues required for the ruling of the city and the passing of judgment. the non-propertied classes had to engage in paid work and work as laborers or day laborers to provide for their needs and livelihood. And these manual jobs are criticized as vulgar or debased. From the perspective of the elite philosophers, the fundamental problem with democracy is therefore that a vast contingent of people are citizens and therefore share in the regime, that have access to legal and executive power, who, however, because of their daily activities, are simply not equipped and unqualified to exercise that kind of deliberation and responsibility. I will not read out the text, but at least you have it here on the slide. So what Aristotle here does is that he defines the citizen based on his capacity, the capacity needed to rule and pass judgment. Those functions require a certain excellence, but the lower, what he calls arete, but the lower working classes cannot be assumed to possess such excellence because their education and daily labor does not involve any of the activities that would deserve to be called virtuous. If the true citizen is the person who is capable of ruling, then for Aristotle, the political regime ought to reflect that and only include those people as citizens who can be assumed to have this capacity. And if, says Aristotle, the working classes are citizens, then the definition of citizen virtue should not be broadened so as to accommodate for those. In that case, the citizen's virtue will only need to apply to part of the citizenry. The problem with democracy is therefore that it brings to power people who are unqualified to rule. But then what exactly is wrong with these kind of occupations? In his Design for an Ideal City in Book 8 of his Politics, Aristotle criticizes what he calls the banausikai technai, often translated as the inferior professions. These are practically identical to the kinds of occupations that would be performed by the demos, by the working force. These kinds of occupations are limited in two ways. Those which are necessary for a citizen's education must be learned, but only to a certain degree, not so much as to make the person who learns them banasos himself. And I will just read the beginning of this text. A task and also an art or science must be deemed vulgar if it renders the body or soul or mind of free men useless for the employments and actions of virtue. Hence we label vulgar all such arts as deteriorate the condition of the body and also the industries that earn wages, for they make the mind preoccupied and degraded. This is also the reason why the professions that earn one a wage ought not to be performed by those who are citizens in Aristotle's ideal city. By excluding these people from citizenship in his own city, Aristotle is excluding from the deliberating and judicial functions in the polis those who were precisely included in a democracy. His argument is that these occupations and some of the branches of education make the mind preoccupied and degraded. So Aristotle's discussion of schole, which is often translated as leisure, but which does not really mean free time in our sense, is fundamental to understanding this, because it's what you do with the time in which you are not working. So the ruling of the city and the passing of judgments are the things to be done precisely in that free leisure time. So they require time, they require a mind which is not preoccupied with cares and worries about the basic necessities of life. And we find a similar sentiment in Xenophon's Economicus, where Socrates is in discussion with the young man Critobulus, who wants to learn from Socrates how best to manage his estate. Socrates suggests that those people who are laboring in what he calls banausic occupations, like wage earning, have no time to devote to their philoi, their family, friends, associates, or to the city, and therefore are bad when it comes to dealing with friends and as defenders of the city. And he adds that in some societies, especially in those which dedicate a lot of their time to wars, citizens are not allowed to practice these banausikai technai, these vulgar arts. And this is actually also an idea that was echoed by Adam Smith in the theory of moral sentiments. So we now come to the second category of evidence. In the politics, Aristotle ranks 4 kinds of democracies, starting with the best kind and ending with the most inferior kind, based on a ranking of types of demos. So he distinguishes 4 kinds of demos, each is of a certain kind, and the democracy with the best kind of demos is also the best kind of democracy, and that is that is text number 4, which again I will not read out. The best kind of demos is the agricultural population, where the multitude lives by agriculture or pasturing cattle. The reason he gives for ranking this type of demos as superior is their lack of time and motivation to engage in politics. Second follows the agricultural community, where the people are herdsmen and get their living from cattle. And here the motivation is that the pastoral people are in a good condition to fulfill their military duties because they are well trained and used to living out in the open. And the lowest 2 kinds of democracies come to be when the demos consists of wage laborers and market people. Now, Aristotle does not say in so many words why a democracy in which the demos consists of small-scale farmers who are not very interested in politics is better than a democracy in which the demos largely consist of market people, or in any case where the population is such that those are the most likely to show up for assembly meetings. What he says is that this kind of life is inferior, and the occupations, so those people who spend their time in the marketplace or working for a wage, that those occupations involve no virtue. Elsewhere, Aristotle remarks that this 4th and lowest type of democracy is the one in which the demos is paid to attend to the affairs of the polis, so as not to lose the income from a day's work. The result is that the working classes are free to take part in the assembly, whereas the rich, who do have to take care of their private affairs, as a result, are not in the do not have the opportunity to attend, and therefore the result is that the multitude of those without property rather than the laws become sovereign over the regime. So Aristotle assumes a qualitative difference between the life of the small-scale farmer or herdsman and the people spending their time in the marketplace buying and selling or lending. The idea seems to be that whatever tasks and activities the agricultural life involves, it involves more of virtue than the occupations of craftsmen and salespeople in the market. So we see that according to Aristotle, there are certain professions that do not predispose one to governing, and these are the manual crafts that take place indoors and leave no time for leisure, on the one hand, and the commercial occupations of the market people on the other. Aristotle's elliptical comments may be supplemented by the discussion of estate management that we find in Xenophon, and which serve to suggest that as opposed to moneylenders, the good estate management, the good estate manager revolves management revolves around the realization of long-term goods. So while Aristotle does not say this with so many words, the inferiority of the occupations that he designates as banausic and the reason why they are not congenial to political engagement is that they predispose people to think only about the short term, to see each other in terms only of business partners in a short-term transaction, and not to see each other as fellows and part of a single whole. And as not as being part of a certain relationship. So the ubiquitously assumed parallelism between the management of the oikos, the estate, whence comes the term oikonomia, and the management of the polis would seem to further confirm the idea that the reason why democracy with the population managing farms is superior to a population spending its time conducting business transactions in the market. that are not about optimizing the use and preservation of resources and the setting of long-term goals. So how might we extrapolate, I'm almost there, how might we extrapolate from this to construct an ancient democratic utopia? I've speculated that what Aristotle does not make explicit, the criticism of the lower class crafts and commercial occupations such as buying and selling and retail trade urge people to be concerned with their private personal profit rather than with common benefit and a situation in which all participants involved profit. The problem with these is that they make people unable to think of themselves as part of a larger whole. So while Aristotle does not say as much, we may presume that farming means being interested in the preservation of one's wealth, including everything that belonged to the oikos, to the estate, including relatives, slaves, livestock, land for the longue durée, and the survival of the oikos, the estate as such. For Aristotle and Plato, this implies a fundamentally different mindset and a fundamentally different set of moral qualities than the qualities activated and trained, as it were, in the daily activities of buying and selling in the marketplace. To the mind of ancient Greek intellectualist thinkers, the latter occupations degrade the human mind, and this betrays a view of daily occupations as not just an innocent way of spending one's time, but as a kind of character formation. How you spend your time transforms your moral character, and an occupation makes you a particular kind of person. In this case, someone who is petty-minded and who cannot be trusted to think of the larger picture. Now, ancient intellectualist thinkers drew from this the conclusion that it was better to exclude such people from citizenship altogether. Yet we can also draw another conclusion, and that is that a democratic utopia à l'ancienne is a society in which the nature of labor is fundamentally secure rather than precarious and does not border on exploitation. This means relative security rather than the situation of the day laborer who struggles every day to make ends meet. While a democratic utopia does not mean that there needs to be absolute equality of wealth, it does mean that all citizens would need to attain a state of what the Greeks would have called plutos, which is often translated as wealth, but rather means comfortable prosperity, having secure sustenance and the security that the needs of oneself and one's dependents will be met not just tomorrow, but also 6 months from now, 1 year, 5 years from now. So ancient aristocratic thinkers chose to exclude the working and precarious classes on the grounds that they were unfit for engaging in politics due to their lack of moral excellence. That was the result of their social position. This was a moral choice. Rather than lifting poorer citizens out of this precarity, they thought it was better to exclude them. But I wonder what happens if we preserve their analysis but draw the alternative conclusion. This is to make sure that all citizens have both wealth, the prosperity or absence of precarity, and the leisure, the absence of time pressure spent on securing essential livelihood, to think about more than the bare necessities and how to make ends meet. So while the ancient assessment of democratia leads to a conclusion that for us is unacceptable, we may still want to take seriously the implications of their criticism of democracy, namely that reducing precarity and inequality and improving living conditions is the only way in which democracy could really work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know what happened to technology.
That must have been a power cut or something.
Okay, but we will proceed with our next speaker, Professor Ferenc Horansky, and we will collect the questions after the third talk.
Right, so I got.
Yeah, I will distribute.
There's two sheets.
Yeah.
Some mistake, right? But it's,
Spot the mistake. That's
okay. Yes, that's.
So Professor Horansky, I think, is well known to many people here since he's a professor here at CU and a professor of philosophy, and he's also a founding member of the CU. And
Philosophy department.
I
The
would
whole
not,
thing.
I would not list all these publications and specializations. I simply read out the title of his talk, which is Dreams of a Final Normative Theory. Why do they not search for utopia? And I'm going to distribute the
Okay.
handouts.
Thank you very much, and thank you, George, for organizing this and inviting me for this program. So what caught my attention about Utopia 25 years ago, when I was actually working on this political philosophy stuff, was a I think, a very striking fact about most political philosophers. There are always exceptions, so we have to always have to be very careful about generalizing. I wouldn't say everyone, but at least the majority of political philosophers I was familiar at the time, and I think it's still true today. Most of them try to kind of distance themselves from the idea that their political philosophy is actually a utopia, or it is utopistic. And what I wanted to understand why this is so. I mean, this is not at all obvious why it should be so, because political philosophy in general is a normative enterprise. Okay, so there is political science. Political scientists actually try to understand how the actual world, the actual political system operate, how different they are, etc. And there is also political philosophy on the other hand, which is a kind of normative enterprise. It's asking how, I mean, to use Rawls' famous expression, the basic structure of society ought to look, in order to be perfect, in order to be good. Something, it's a model for which actual political regimes should emulate. And this seems to be, very close to the idea what the utopian thinkers had. They wanted to formulate the conditions under which people can live together and flourish ideally. So there is a kind of natural affinity as far as the aims are concerned in utopian political philosophy. Of course, you can say such thing, and it's certainly true that many of the actual utopians were just the depictions of certain visions, and they were not bolstered by rational, strict arguments as philosophers try to do. But the fundamental aim is very similar, and it's not so obvious why political philosophers should constantly distance themselves from saying, no, we are not, what we are doing is normative, but it's not utopia. And so that's what I would like to want you to understand, and I make an attempt, okay, to say. Probably there are other explanations, but I want to offer you one. So the first thing, just a very brief kind of technical conceptual distinction. I say that most contemporary political philosophy are anti-utopian. And I would like to distinguish this from dystopia. Okay, so this is a kind of delicate technical distinction. I introduce this, you will probably not find in the literature. But I think that there is a distinction. I'm not saying that the two are unrelated, but they are not the same, because I think that dystopia usually, I mean, the ones I'm familiar with, first of all, it's mainly literature. It's not so much philosophy, I think. But what is much more important than this kind of distinction between the genres is that dystopia is really about actual history. Maybe it's like there is a kind of hypothetical aspect to it, but it's really about a kind of end state where history might lead if you don't get enough, or if you should be watch out Otherwise, your system will lead to that state. Okay, and even if the idea is that even the idea is that I mean the fundamental idea behind the state is something positive. If you are not careful enough, you end up with this kind of dystopic circumstances which you can see every day when you look for a movie on the Netflix. So this is very, very kind of common ground today, and that's not what I have in mind. When I say anti-utopistic, I mean you will see. I will make it more specific. A very specific theoretical attitude toward how to think normatively about political institutions, okay, and social institutions. So that's what happens. All right. So I would like to say then now something about democracy, because I just said political philosophy in general, but now I would move to the problem of democracy. Of course, given the time limits, I will be super short about this, which is no problem, actually. Brevity can be a virtue. So here again, just as in the kind of political theory in general, we can draw a distinction. We can say that there is a actual empirical positive research about how the systems which we usually call democratic work. Okay, there are different systems operating different ways, different system of elections, votings, parliaments, etc., etc., and that's why comparative politics and other political scientists research. And there is, of course, a normative question, and the normative question is, if we really aspire for democracy, if you want to see regimes democratic, why this is so? So what is the ground? What is the normative ground? What justifies our desire to use the term again to live in the conditions of democratic institutions? Okay, so that's the question, and that's the normative question then. And I would like to say is, and I think it's I'm just assuming this, and this is a very brief and big assumption, but I will assume two things here about democracy. Okay, the one thing is that democracy, what we mean by democracy, I mean, what we mean by democracy is a huge question, but what we mean by this democracy, I suppose, must have something to do with the majority. Okay, how the majority rule actually should be, or how it operates, how it should be installed. There are all kinds of differences, questions, etc., etc. But I think democracy is a procedural concept. If you take this out of the concept of democracy, I don't think there is anything left. Okay, so that will be one of my assumptions. My other assumption will be that as far as the normative justification of democracy, that is democratic procedure, is concerned, it must something to do with the idea of equality that has been already said. It goes back to the Greeks, but in fact, I think it's a mistake. But I'm not talking about this. Okay, just if you look at the Hunter, there is this note here. Sentence in the bracket, and I say that this general approach to actually how to understand contemporary modern representative democracies based on the competitive party system, I think it's hopeless to understand this with reference to equality. That I think is a misunderstanding which goes back basically to Utopia's work on the democracy in America, when he is an aristocrat, so that America is a hereditary. And I think this made misunderstanding, but this is a different story. Okay, let's go back to the utopia business. So I say that if it's democracy, then it's and we want normatively justified democracy, then it must something to do with equality. So the majority rule, we must strike a link between the procedure, which we call the majority rule, on the one hand, and the idea of the equality on the other. And this is not easy at all, I think. In fact, I believe it's more or less impossible, but there is just one aspect I would like to mention here, and this is that the fundamental difference between two interpretations of what we can call equality in a political sense. In one sense, we can say that when we want equality, then what we want is that everyone's, within one political community, of course, everyone's interests be represented in the same way. Okay, that everyone's interests should be not only represented, but all represented and satisfied to the same extent. That's one notion of equality. The other notion of equality is the more procedural one, which says that, well, when we make political decisions, everyone should have a more or less equal say, okay, in how the community will act and how they, what sort of collective decisions it makes about questions which concerns all members of the political community. Okay, so these are two different understanding of equality, and the problem is, I think, is the following. I mean, if you accept the first interpretation, namely that democracy is something which is good because it takes everyone's interest into account to the equal way, then it does not at all clear why egalitarianism in the other sense ought to be satisfied, or why you need it at all. Okay, if you already have a system which gives everyone an equal chance to flourish in a community, everyone, why should, and it is possible, that's the important thing, that it is possible to design such a system, why you need the procedure in which everyone has an equal say in equal decisions. Okay, so that's the issue here. So what I would like to say is then that if I'm right and democracy has something to do with the majority and hence it has an essential procedural aspect, then democracy can only be justified with reference to the egalitarian idea that everyone should have an equal say. Actually, it's never satisfied in democracy. That's why I don't think that democracy is egalitarian, but that's another thing. So ideally, the idea is that it should be. Then, if you need this, only if you can't have a system in which everyone's interest is already satisfied. You can't live in conditions in which everyone's interest is already satisfied in an equal way. Because if you have one, that one, there is no point at all to have the procedural. You can't justify the procedural aspects of democracy. Now, so back to Utopia. I hope I still have 2-3 minutes to round this up. Okay. So that's democracy. So what's about Utopia? So Utopia, I think, is, as I said, a theory about the conditions in which everyone's interest is given an equal weight, which means that a system in which the application of majority rule cannot be justified. Okay, because there's already everyone is flourishing. So, and that would mean that if you do really believe that such conditions can exist, your project to give a normative justification of democracy understood as having the essential element of majority in it is deemed. Okay, there is no reason why you should justify. So that's okay. So that's what I think, or at least how I understood and I still understand why actually political philosophers are so cautious about being utopian and saying no, it's not utopian. Okay, it can go on. There are more technical issues here about how such normative systems are usually designed, but this is not based on these technicalities in political philosophy, at least some kind of political philosophy. What is the interesting question is that which is related to the concept of utopia, and which I would like to finish in 2 minutes. Fantastic, is that why this is so? So why people is so much convinced in these days that it is just impossible to have such conditions in which everyone interested can be given just equal weight, and everyone is flourishing, everyone is well off as much as one can be, and therefore there's no at all need for democracy and majority rule, etc., etc. And I think what I argued for once, and I would still insist on that there is a fundamental change in the way we understand the notion of flourishing, okay, or happiness in the modern age. In the old age, when it was the idea of eudaimonistic flourishing, happiness, that was the aim for all moral and political thinking. Okay, and some things change, and this is a big issue, how and why historically with us, and we are much less prone to think that what should guide our moral and political behavior is actual concern with happiness. Okay, I would say that's one way. It's a bit technical but short expression of the view I think is true, is that every utopia in terms of modern moral philosophy is by nature utilitarian in the classical sense. They want to maximize happiness, not just maximize, also distribute equally. That's a further issue. But they are happiness-based political thinkings. Whereas today, our age is, again, I'm using a somewhat technical expression, but I would say our age is basically Kantian, in the sense that we are interested in rights, each other's rights, and we are not supposed to directly care about each other's happiness. So we are very much upset about violation of rights, but the very concept of violating happiness doesn't make any sense. Okay, and we would say, okay, I mean, we might feel sorry, we might feel pity for it, but no one can come here and say, look, I need another system because I'm not happy. We can say, give me my rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, without much ado, I would like to introduce Professor Zoltán Balázs, who's going to be our third and last speaker on this panel. He's a professor of political science at the Corvinus University here in Budapest, and also the Center for Social Studies. And his work has been on analytical political theory and literature, moral philosophy, conservatism, and the history of political thought. And I think that this topic, utopia, might actually have might resonate with all of this. So the presentation is titled "The Time of Democracy," and I see there's also a subtitle, "A Political Theological Account."
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the invitation. Very much honored by that. Well, let's turn to the temporal issues related to utopian thinking. Time is a perplexing phenomenon. I don't know how many of you are interested in that. There are so many great YouTube videos on the cosmological problems and issues related to time. But I think that our metaphysical tradition has already knows the complexities. Ferenc's book, I've read it in Hungarian. It has a great chapter on its problem of time. And I would like to add I'm not going to deal with cosmology or metaphysics, but political theology, which I think is also been very much concerned with the problem of time. Well, my talk is very rudimentary in nature, and I'm just giving you some hopefully meaningful food for thought. And my most slides are just meant to use to give you some quotations that are better that are easier to read rather than hear. Now, this is the problem. A little bit long, kind of a long text, but I try to summarize on this slide three features of our political theological tradition related to thinking of time. The first is that God is supposed to be timeless, so he is not in time, he is outside of it. So of course, talking about a timeless time makes rather little sense, but we understand that it is important to have someone who is out. It's important, it's possible to understand perhaps that someone is outside of time who is not to be supposed to be subjected to the passing of time. However, and this is we know that he created time, he is committed to it, therefore, and at least in the Christian tradition, God intervenes in history. It's also the Jewish tradition. God intervenes in history, and the Christian tradition tells us that in Jesus Christ, God also entered history directly and exited. And he, by Jesus Christ, in a way has become subject to a sort of time, which I call the eschatological time, which is meant to, in a way, meant to be a new kind of time that's related but not identical with the historical time that we live in. And that is the third sense of time, which I call the apocalyptical one. Because as I will come to that, I will return to that in a few minutes. There is a third. That is in the Christian tradition, at least, Christ not only exited and has taken sort of created eschatological time, but he is still struggling or waging a battle against evil, which defines, as far as I can see, the third type of time. Now, this is basically the three types of time, and my method is basically just to discover, to suggest to you that these three types of time have not only defined but have a constitutive role or constitutive role in understanding of democracy. So the thesis is simply that mainstream liberal democracy conveys a hidden political theological message to its participants or perhaps inhabitants. This is what, in one sense, history has already been closed, that we are already living a different time, in a sort of time, eternity, but not in timelessness. Now, let me begin with the first kind of time. I would like to announce that the end of history has indeed set in, not, however, in virtue of a grand historical event, such as the fall of communism, but by virtue of the very constitution of liberal democracy. Now, the first feature is that is thinking about constitutions and the importance of the concept of constitution. Everybody can remember that the first quotation is the preamble of the American federal constitution. We the people. This is not just, as far as I can see, a reference to the 39 signatories of the Constitution, but also an unintended reference to the royal plural, that is an agent without constraint, binding or perhaps creating the future by establishing an unchanging, perpetual structure which is above or beyond laws, the changing norms of the historical existence of the polity. The people acts here alike a creator, constituting the novus or the seclorum. This entails a separation of the sovereign from historical time, although also binding the sovereign to history, that is a new sort of time. Remember the difference between the pre-constitutional times of Europe, in which the secular or temporal rulers of the world were considered to be vicars of Christ, or perhaps catechons, to use Carl Schmitt's famous term, or Paul that he has taken from the Apostle Paul, the catechon who is postponing the fullness of time, the second coming of Christ. But anyway, in any case, the pre-constitutional times in Europe were considered to be historical times, basically. But we have, since the constitution of in our constitutional times, so to speak, we are already in some sort of a political eternity. If you add to this the famous definition, so to speak, or famous conception or concept, of perpetual peace, we read that besides the purity of its origin, the Republican Constitution, besides the purity of its origin, having sprung from the pure source of the concept of law, also gives a favorable prospect for the desired consequence, i.e., perpetual peace. Now, the subsequent reason that Kant gives is not at all convincing, honestly, because he refers to the risk-avoiding propensity of citizens, which is regrettably not the case. However, the very sentence that you can read here provides us with a more subtle and even perhaps some way of a mystical and more appropriate, by any case, a more appropriate hint to Kant's deeper conviction, which is that the Republican Constitution has a kind of a purity in its origin, which is related here to the concept, the pure of law. Thus, here again, we see how overcoming war, in other words, the history, and with it, the monotonous passing of time, is made possible by the act of transforming politics into constitutional government. Now, to see why and how constitutional democracy is utopia accomplished, in the sense of having overcome history and the presumed lamentable chain of wars and vicissitudes befalling mankind, let us just simply imagine the sudden end of the American Constitution. Just close your eyes and just imagine that suddenly the American Constitution ceases to exist. Now, I don't think that's just a cessation or the end of a great nation or the end of a superpower. It's the end of something more important, I claim. In his Gettysburg Address, Abraham Lincoln nailed it down with an almost prophetic insight, transposing the ongoing civil war into a theological context, when he said that the war would decide whether the government, you know, the phrase of by and for the people, would perish from the face of the earth. I think that such an event would have more far-reaching consequences than, as I said, just the end of a nation, or the fall or decline or a collapse of a nation. It would surely shake or even put an end to the hopes of humanity, the hope that humanity has indeed succeeded in overcoming history and arriving in a safe harbor of different times. And all constitutions of the world would turn out to have been miserable imitations only of the divine providence. Now, this is just a thought experiment. It doesn't prove anything, but I think it just gives you, might give you a hint, or might give you a sense of how would we react to a post-constitutional world order. I think it's philosophically perhaps conceivable, but otherwise practically unthinkable. Now, the second feature, or the second type of time applied to democracy. Our constitutional time is not entirely timeless. Our political theological tradition, as I tried to point out, makes ample room for working with different times that coexist but not running on parallel tracks. The eschatological time in Christian theology has begun with the resurrection of Christ. But there is an ante and a post, before and after in it. Though these tenses are distinct, they coexist, but they remain distinct. By Jesus' death, the rule of the Prince of the world has ended. Christ returned to the Father, and his eternal life as Jesus the Christ immediately began. I have some quotations that I simply skip here. In any case, the point is that when Christ resurrected, he commenced, so to speak, a new type of time. The time eternity, or the eternity cum time, in which historical past and present and future coincide but remain distinct forever. This distinction between historical and eschatological time has served as a model for the self-image of the Church, which exists both in history as ecclesia of militants and in the eschaton as the community of saints. Consequently, there is a distinction between historical and eschatological existence of every individual human soul. By baptism, by partaking in Christ's death, Christians are thought or believe they are resurrected to a new and eternal life. By our sinful nature, we are still, I'm talking in the name of a Christian, we are constantly endangered by death, falling back to historical and secular time. The glorification of the body will also occur with the new time as a separate event, not in the course of a chain of events, but as the final, in this sense, to occur event, a revelation of something that has already been accomplished by our baptism. Now, read the French 1789 French Constitution, the preamble of the which begins with the Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen. If you read this quotation, it might strike you, perhaps at the second read at least, that this text is really a baptismal text. It is a redemptive text. It is a declaration of the rebirth of mankind to its original condition of freedom and equality. Secondly, it names and renounces evil, all sorts of evil, ignorance, forgetfulness, and so on and so forth. Thirdly, it recognizes the necessity of salvation, that is to say, considering the risks that we are exposed to. And it makes a pledge never to return to the sinful state. You read the various verbs, resolution, declaration, verbs and nouns, resolution, declaration, being mindful of the future. Now, this kind of a baptismal eschatological text, so to speak, is, I think, a foundational text for most constitutions, for most democracies based on equality, as we have just heard. We know that the French revolutionaries even tried to begin the time anew with a new calendar. It was not very. It was a successful attempt, but what it has successfully created was a new sort of body, the resurrective, which I think is very much analogous to the resurrected body of Christ, and this is the body of the people. Now, imagine. I just have an idea of how elections, which define, might be taken as much the definitional feature of democracy as, for instance, the majority rule. Elections which just go and go and go. We are so much accustomed to the idea that elections just take place every fourth or the fifth or the second year. Will there be ever an event to the endless chain of elections? Why are elections so important? I think that they're important because they suggest not an earthly time, but they are actually the recurrent apparitions of the redeemed people as a single body. The democratic soul craves for an experience with its own higher order reality. Elections are regular occasions for touching the eternal body of the people. Much as Christ's body has been united with the host by receiving, of which Catholic and Orthodox believers eat the bread of the new life, and much as the Church, the consummation of all sacraments, thought to be the body of Christ, casting the ballot is a semi-sacramental gesture, a reverse one, of course, as we are not eating from Christ's body, but emitting our own flesh, as it were, whereby the body of the people becomes tangible. Might be a wide idea, but you will tell your impressions. The third and last feature that I want to talk about is the apocalyptic time. Now, it's not easy to understand, and it's not very explicit in the Bible, perhaps, or in the New Testament. But you can find the traces of this thinking both in Paul and, of course, more explicitly and more exhaustively in John's Revelations. But I cite from Paul, who says in the first letter to Corinthians that Christ, when he has destroyed every sovereignty and every authority and power, there's a time that Christ's rule is going on. He reigns over the world. He must reign, Paul says, until he has put all his enemies under his feet. The last enemies to be destroyed is death. So in one sense, Christ's rule is defined by struggling, by waging an apocalyptic, the word is really menacing, war against evil. So it's not just that Christ has done his work, resurrected and is with the Father, and is just waiting until his time, the second coming, arrives. But he is in a way working in this world. Of course, the apocalyptic battle takes place in individual souls. I just skip the parts in which I made some references to the tradition of apocalyptic thinking in apocalyptic terms. I think most of you can cite a number of examples of how such thinking has been prevalent in various stages of European history. And I just go to the two quotations that I think, again, are very interesting, even perhaps amazing. We see I think that there's a nice parallelism or analogy between the Revelation sentence about the Armageddon, the last battle, and the nations of the four corners of the earth will gather together for the battle to be fought against the forces of heaven. The Communist Manifesto with the famous or infamous sentence of the spectre haunting Europe and the various enemies of the Communist Revolution gathering together. Yes, I'm right at the end. So just a clarificatory sentence. So I think that the apocalyptic time is not past time, and we, notwithstanding the victory of the Prince of the World in the revolution, there's still work to do. Now, the victory has already won, but some battle is still going on. And this gives a very strange dynamic to all democracies. If you recall, leftist and rightist extremists today are constantly referring to their cause as the cause of democracy. Even in the middle, say the liberals and conservatives, are thinking that the democracy has to be defended, and that there are some evil, some sinister forces against democracy. I mean, this whole thinking of democracy to be defended as an heir to to the apocalyptic thinking of our general theological tradition. Even if they are not friend and foe, but foe between friends and enemies. But the basic concepts that I just propose to think, these basic antagonists, progress and reaction. So there's no very strict conclusion I can draw. It's just a very modest one. So if these analogies, let's say the 3 times in theology, being applied to the idea of to democratic thinking or thinking in democracy in temporal terms, if they are at least plausible, then we can see how the Western democratic theory and thinking is rooted in our political tradition, all connected to a peculiarly chronic understanding of politics. And it also becomes sensible why this thinking is and probably remains untranslatable into political regimes and cultures rooted in other religions. So I think that the last so to speak warning from my part is that if we understand democracy better, our own democracy better, and its theological roots, then we can see why exporting democracy or why trying to explain our democracy to other countries, other cultures is so deeply difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To invite Ferenc and Milton, also of course Zoltán to the table. Questions, comments? Opinion, disagreement?
May I have a question to Ferenc? When you said that democracy was essentially a procedural concept, or even said that if you take it out, there's nothing remains. And in my understanding, democracy is something really very complex, and I would emphasize the role of sociability, or the democratic society in which a solidarity exists amongst various members. So don't you think that this a little bit modifies this very sharp statement?
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, the first thing I would like to say about this is there is a problem with the very notion of democracy in these days, I think, because I think very often the very notion of democracy is used something which is politically normatively good. So when we say, what they done was not democratic, we are saying it was wrong. So so what I would like, and this is maybe just a philosopher's stance to this issue, but I would like to restrain the notions which we use to evaluate a political system, or how should I parse it properly. So, for instance, I don't think, though I know this is very contentious, but I don't think that, for instance, the issue of human rights, which is a key issue in politics, world politics, but also often domestic politics, is an issue about democracy. I think it's about constitutionalism and liberal equality. That's a different notion. Now, there is a question whether or not liberal equality entails democracy or not. Okay, so this is not just automatically falls out, as it were, in my mind. Okay? And the same about solidarity. I think solidarity, yes, it is related to some kind of egalitarian ideal. You know, we are all people, actually, if you like, Christian egalitarian ideal. So it is obviously connected to both the idea of liberal equality and the idea of democracy somehow. But I think it's a different thing. So I think if you take out the procedural aspects of the notion of democracy, then you kind of dilute the notion so that it will be just used as, you know, a kind of good, acceptable, human, whatever political regime. Okay? So I think that I'm not against it all saying that solidarity, of course, I'm not against the idea that solidarity is an important aspect of a well-working political regime. But I don't think that those who believe, for instance, some kind of redistribution of goods on the ground of solidarity, that itself follows from anything which, so that it essentially follows from the requirements or concepts or expectations related to democracy. Okay, this is something else. Not all good things are the same. So that would be my answer. I don't know.
Further questions, though, of course, the speakers can also ask questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, I have two questions of both to and also to Zoltán. First is a question like I understand that this
I can hardly hear you.
one question. So I was always wondering what is the problem with these philosophers with democracy, and what you just presented as a projection seems to be some kind of attempt to hide the sociological problem behind philosophical essay, so that these people on the market are interested only in their own interests. So these people who are working for themselves, they are not part of a society or of friends or a network of friends. So maybe what we were just referring to was a sociological problem, that the Demos was not part of this kind of club where you are looking for your friends and exchanging favors and so on. So it seemed to me that this was kind of project to give a justification, a more philosophical justification for excluding these people because they are not part of the club. And from my perspective, it seems to be a failed attempt to do so. And I'm really interested in your opinion about this, because what you just said about Scully and other stuff seem to suggest that it's really not about leisure time. It is about being part of the club, having friends and doing things for your friends' sake. Something like, for example, Cicero said about in a different context about the very essence of politics and being liberal with other people. So this is my first question, and the other is to Zoltán, because I think that this analogy between biblical or theological understanding of time and the more secular time of democracy is very appealing in many ways. I have sometimes this feeling that if you think about these problems in terms of secularized theological concepts, then you can practically find these kinds of secularized things everywhere. If you are educated enough to know what you could find there. So of course these were very interesting and very appealing examples you just mentioned in the presentation. On the other hand, in my innocence or in my naivety, I didn't find them there until you just pointed out that, okay, you can read these texts in theological terms. So my question is how you can give some evidence that this kind of thinking is really there and not just one possible interpretation. I understand again, this is another big question for the discussion, but I was really impressed by your presentation. That's why they raised such big questions. Thank you.
Should I start?
Sure.
I think you're definitely right that it sort of boils down to a sociological analysis. So I'm not sure that I would say that they're not sort of part of the club, but the fact that the demos has a kind of occupation that takes most of their time, and that at least according to these more elite thinkers doesn't involve a kind of virtue that you need to rule a community, and they draw from that the conclusion that it's better to exclude those people because they are not they are not somehow trained through their daily activities to take into account a longer term perspective or the perspective that goes beyond having enough money for one day, because if you were paid at the end of the day, you were. So the sort of moral assumption seems to be that if you live under such circumstances, you cannot do the things that citizenship requires of you. And they draw from that the conclusion that it's better to exclude those people so that at least the city doesn't make any bad decisions. And of course, there are plenty of bad decisions that, Plato, for instance, thought that the Athenians made, and not only Plato, in wars where they got dragged into breaking truths that they had concluded with Sparta, and then as a result they lost the war. So it's very clear that, or at least in their mind, what they saw as the failure of democracy is that it sort of includes in citizenship a lot of people who are not sort of qualified or equipped to take these kind of decisions. So, and their conclusion is, what I suppose we would not want to support, is that those people should not be citizens. But so what I was trying to do is to say that if we take the alternative route, not exclude them, but raise them to the level that they are equipped to. So I thought that that seems to be the other way that you could go, which they did not, for whatever reason, go. I suppose one of the reasons might be that in their terms, then it's not a democracy anymore, because the demos consists of the lower classes who are wage laborers. If they have that kind of security, they wouldn't call it a demos anymore. But then it would be more like a democracy in our, I mean, I think that they use a very moral kind of reasoning that we are not really used to, because we tend to think in terms of rights. But I wonder that if we do bring these kind of moral considerations about what enables people to be citizens in the discussion, how that might change the discussion, because there are moral arguments all the time made, but not recognized to be so. So, for instance, as far as I've read it, for instance, Joseph Stiglitz wrote that in the Price of Inequality, that the American government, after the financial crisis, decided to give the trillions of dollars without any kind of accountability to the banks, not to the people who were the victims. And this is a moral choice, because it means that they thought it was more risky to give it to the people who needed it than to the banks who had used the credit. And this is a moral choice, but I think it's often sold as some kind of rational decision, which it's not. So, I mean, what I was trying to suggest is that if you use these ancient theories, you have to sort of, but then in the alternative direction, as it were, you have to come to the conclusion that inequality and people who do not have enough for their daily subsistence is cutting at the roots of what democracy is for us, at least.
Well, thank you very much for your questions, Ron. I very appreciate that. Well, each of us has, in a way, addressed the issue of thinking of how to think about democracy. So Ferenc had suggested to think in terms of justice, rights, equality, happiness. That was a vocabulary he used, and we have just listened to how to use Aristotle to understand our own relation to our thinking of democracy. What I was just doing is just once the topic of this discussion was, or this workshop was to reflect on utopia, and it's not a new thing that I've already been doing this for some time. To think that democracy is just a period of history, and I believe that on that point, Tocqueville always said that it's not just a system; it's an age, an aion, so to speak. Then we should understand democracy in the broadest possible terms. So why not use political theology? I'm not saying that you can reduce our thinking to our thinking of democracy into, or reduce to its political theological, so to speak, context or whatever tradition. But I think that there are that it is a possibility, and there are analogies which are real. That is to say, that's part and parcel of how we are being raised, so to speak. And I think that not many of us, think that democracy has a horizon or a perspective of temporality. But it really perplexes me why we tend to think that democracy has no end. I mean, elections, the kind of the incessant flow of elections coming in. Is it an interesting feature of democracy, or the constitution? Constitutions are just out there, right? They are sometimes subject to the change. But can you imagine an unconstitutional way of existing for ourselves? And these are the questions that I think that could be related to the problem of utopia. And my preliminary suggestion, so to speak, was that we are living in utopia, at least in Uchronia, a very strange, but at the same time very traditional. Very strange sense, based on our theological thinking. Even if we are not believers, we don't think of that. But we, for instance, don't think that free will has a very specific philosophical. Again, I'm just pointing to Ferenc, who's an expert on that. So I don't exactly think that other cultures would understand immediately and without any problems our concept of free will. We understand that, even if we don't think that it has very, very geologically speaking, philosophical and theological roots. But I know we sort of understand each other very easily. But thank you for your question. I mean, this method, how to think about utopia, is at the same time a very, very interesting methodological question that we can perhaps discuss later.
Questions?
May I have one more question to Zoltan? Because as you spoke about the US Constitution and the Declaration of the Rights of Man, it's basically sacred text. I was wondering if that's an analogy, and maybe we don't need to push it so far, but is the analogy of divine inspiration also present in those texts? And once you talk about them in theological terms, aren't the revolutions are also some sacred moments of secular redemption? So
definitely, yes. So the answer to the last question is definitely yes. Yes. Especially since the French Revolution was in many ways the birth of a new religion, very explicitly so, right? Whereas Robespierre was just acting as a high priest of a new religion. So there was no question about the sacramental nature of the revolution. If you read Rousseau, I mean, there's just the evidence that I'm talking about, the civil religion and his whole idea of the people elevated to the status of a divine agent who is incorruptible. I mean, cannot err. I don't know, all sorts of divine properties are being assigned or attributed to the people. So definitely yes.
Yeah, I have a question. Would you then say that representative democracies of modernity, particularly the USA, this bicameral parliament, arguably an attempt to accommodate Aristotle's guidance on necessity of the rule of the one, the few, and the many at different times? Would you then say that they successfully tackled the issue of disproportionate impact made by unfit masses as identified by Plato? If so, then to what degree? If not, then to what degree? Is the phrasing bad?
Is this a question for me?
Yes.
Sorry, can you just repeat because it's not very.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a long sentence. I'm sorry. Would you then say that representative democracies of modernity, particularly the USA, with its bicameral parliament, arguably an attempt to accommodate Aristotle's guidance on necessity of the rule of the few, the many, and the one at different times? Do they then successfully tackle the issue of disproportionate impact made by unfit masses, as identified by Plato, which you were mentioning? And if they do successfully tackle the issues, to what degree? If not, then where do they think?
That's a big question. Well, I mean, first of all, I think that many let's say, regimes that we now call democracies wouldn't really be democracies in the ancient sense. So, I mean, because many countries like the UK or the Netherlands, they have a parliament and a senate and a monarch in some cases, and then also referenda. So I would be tempted to say that those might almost be more like what is called a mixed constitution. So constitution with elements like that combines the element of monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy. What they do manage to avoid is, of course, what Plato saw in Athens happening was that there could be certain demagogues who gained a lot of traction and then in a powerful speech could persuade the assembly to vote for yes or no, let's say, because there was I mean, they didn't just, I mean, there would need to be a defense on both sides of the issue. So someone would argue, okay, yes, we are now going to attack this particular city in war, and someone else would vote against it. And then there are these cases where the demos changes its mind the next day. So those kind of very impulsive events in the political arena are obviously sort of mitigated by a representative democracy, because there is just not the kind of setting in which, you know, the citizens would come together and say, okay, we are now going to war. I mean, this is a much more complicated discussion. So some of the pitfalls that people like Plato saw can be avoided in that way by setting up a representative democracy. Of course, that comes with its own problems, you might say, because there may be people who don't feel represented. But yeah, that would require some more imagination about how they would respond to those kind of problems. I don't know whether that goes towards an answer to your question.
Thank you.
Hazard a final question to me. I am really out of my element here, but I'm going to ask about some antique Greek political theory. And I wonder if you could speak a bit about this transformation from the concept of isonomia to democracy. I read a text in the the democracy entry that this was sort of a preceding concept, which had much more sort of equality among noblemen as its main concept, but then it sort of preserved economic inequality. Whereas democracy, the sort of equality shifts to, you know, sort of broad mass in political terms, but still preserves economic inequality. And I wonder if in your own research you've come across this sort of conceptual shift.
I'm not sure that there is a sort of conceptual shift from that you can really speak about a conceptual shift from isonomia to democracy. Isonomia literally means that everyone is equal in front of the law. So if you have a private person, regardless of their wealth, is going to be charged under the same terms for the same kind of offense. So we are not going to, treat people who have more wealth in a different way than a person who doesn't have that kind of wealth. And whereas democracy means like, so also the demos has citizen status, and that means that they have access to political offices, they can speak in the assembly, they would be chosen by lot to be part of the council that sort of prepares the assembly. They could go to the popular courts, to the judicial functions. So I don't really think that you can talk about a shift. I mean, isonomia might be a term that especially Democrats would, value or treat as a core value, like isonomia and iseguria. So everyone has the same right to speak. It's not just the more wealthy people or the people who have higher social status or who come from the noble families who are allowed to speak. And this is clearly something that the Athenians thought of themselves as very distinctive of them in regard to, for instance, Sparta. I mean, it's not that, so within a democracy, it can be one of the central values, but I don't think that you could really say that it somehow shifts.
It remains for me to thank our three speakers and the audience, and I think we've deserved lunch, which
must be served out just outside where the coffee was. And unfortunately, I must remind our guests that we didn't have the resources to offer lunch to everyone, so it's essentially offered to the speakers and chairs. Nevertheless, I do hope that there might be some leftovers if you come back a little later.
So maybe the concept of solidarity with speakers and
It's not about dessert, it's another concept.
We'll meet again 2:30.
Yes, we have a little more than an hour. 2:30.
Here's this. This is yours? I think if I'm switch. There it is. Yeah. And that's it? He will be very impressed. No, give it a full run.
That will help you. Yeah, I'll share something. I don't mind it, but you're after, I'm after something. If you want to get it, yeah.
That is very close.
Yeah, it's like I think.
And they're, but they're all here. All three of them are. No problem. I don't want to take care of them.
Yes. Hey, how are you? During Turkish time, you know, like.
I don't know why.
Yeah, like. Okay, how are you doing? Oh. Okay, that's yeah.
I don't know, I'm not feeling why.
Yeah. You don't have a life. Like, weird. Oh, I see. You're kind of old. Seriously, like, because I think that helps to carry. Yeah. Just I'm not asking how you know that. You hate to have something or anything? Oh, yeah. No, it's changing so much. Every time I eat something. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I know, like that, yeah, but still, it's. What is going to say? Yeah, let's change that. Yeah, I know that's also, yeah, like two types of, yeah. Yeah, I see that. Oh, yeah.
We'll start sharp of 2, or should we wait a couple of more minutes? About a minute or so. Maybe look out to the corridors. Are we going to follow the same action?
I guess yes, so I think this is okay, yeah, just two speakers and I'll just sit there and then I'll show the 2 minutes thing if we need it.
Okay, okay.
And then for the Q&A session, you can all come.
Okay, that's good.
I think we can start in 1 minute, just so that people come back from the lunch or coffee. I think it's time now. So welcome everyone to the first afternoon session, panel 3, Democracy and Utopia between East and West. We have 3 speakers in this session, and the first speaker of the session is Professor Zsolt Cigányik,
And
Zsolt Cigányik is an associate professor at the Department of English Studies at Eötvös Loránd University in Budapest and a Gerda Henkel Fellow at the CEU Democracy Institute. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emma. And welcome everyone. I'd like to talk about democracy and the relationship of democracy and leadership, especially in 19th century Hungarian utopias. The starting point is that there seems to be a consensus in contemporary Western European political thought about the necessity of a democratic pattern in an ideal society. Actually, this was just challenged by Ferenc Woronski quite recently. Nevertheless, as Furet and Kostopoulos argue, since the 18th century, democracy has presented itself to the modern individual as a promise of liberty, or more precisely of autonomy. This is in contrast to earlier times when men were viewed as subjects and consequently were deprived of the right of self-determination. End of quote. You might also remember that earlier today, Luisa Passerini said that the insertion of subjectivity in the 19th century meant that everyone is right to be a subject of their own life. This is what I'm also talking about. Nevertheless, there seems to be a significant difference between Western and Central or Eastern European utopianism as far as the role of democracy is concerned. 19th century Hungarian utopian texts, for instance, often highlight the problematic aspects of democratic societies, particularly when contrasted with regimes centered around benevolent, enlightened rulers. The differences from the Western European attitudes may well be connected to the historical experiences of the region. For instance, that in Western Europe, constitutional monarchies and democratic states based on the rule of law developed earlier. We have to take into consideration what Trencényi and his co-authors, including Monika Bar, who is present, so what they were calling the regular import of Western ideas into Central European political thought. As they argue, such imports mean that, quote, paradigms originating in Western European context had to be negotiated in a setting marked by radically different local conditions. Thus, the conflicts and ambiguities surrounding the Western European paradigms became even sharper and more visible, end of quote. As a case study of how the concept of democracy is negotiated in Central Europe, I will focus on two Hungarian utopian texts, The Voyage of Tari Ménes by György Bessenyei and The Tragedy of Man by Imre Madács. Tari Ménes is the first complex utopia written by a Hungarian author, not counting some lost pieces. It is essentially an optimistic yet sharp satire of an enlightened writer who suffers from the backwardness of Habsburg rule in Hungary. György Bessenyei was a nobleman from the eastern part of Hungary who joined the Hungarian Guards, or Leibgarde, of Queen and Empress Maria Theresa in Vienna, an organization established for the education and imperial indoctrination of the youth of the Hungarian nobility. In 1772, Bessenyei left the Guard and published several plays and significant pamphlets, which made him the father of modern Hungarian literature, in Loránd Cigány's words. 10 years later, at the age of 35, Bessenyei returned to Bihar, his provincial homelands in the east of Hungary, so not Bihar in India. It was a self-imposed exile, as he could no longer publish his writings due to censorship after Joseph II's accession to the throne. You can see the difference between his homeland in the east of Hungary and, as you can imagine, what imperial Vienna looked like. He continued writing mainly for his desk and completed Tari Ménes in 1804, but it was only circulating in manuscript form, and it was as late as 1930, so more than 100 years later, when it was published for the first time. Tari Ménes is not a well-structured book. Its complexities and cumbersome language make it rather difficult to read. Yet the intellectual richness of its social criticism and the irony and humor of the text aim for the efforts. Nevertheless, in the following, I'm trying to save you the trouble of having to read this 500 pages. The book is a summary of Bessenyei's political thought and an important document of the Hungarian reception of Enlightenment ideas. A core element is the search for an ideal political structure which is understood as a constitutional monarchy. The narrative centers around a protagonist, young Torimenes, who starts a journey with his tutor, and they visit the land of Totopos. Totopos, it's easy to find the name of Utopos, the imaginary king of Thomas More's Utopia. And this is a utopian country whose central idea is that one can rise without repressing the other. That's the opposite of what Bessenyei experienced in everyday life. Totopos is ruled by the ideal Queen Artenis, who resembles but also excels Maria Theresa, Holy Roman Empress and Queen of Hungary. The principles of the rule of Queen Artenis are based on the will of her people and the respect of laws. Quote, I confine myself under the law in order that I may be above it. All ruling powers are the strongest when they are the most just. Happy are those rulers who wish to own the hearts of their people and not their money. Beyond the importance of the rule of law, a central element of a democratic society, equality, is also a significant issue in Totopos. Nevertheless, differences amongst people, especially based on their intellectual capacities, are taken for granted. Yet these differences are coupled with an equality before the law and limitations on taxation, conditions that in early 19th century Hungary seemed utopian, similarly to the lack of oppression and exploitation in Totopos. The differences between people are manifest in the hierarchy of the parliament, where only higher ranks are present, common people are excluded, and the queen, after opening the session, withdraws so that she does not interfere with the workings of the parliament. The positive features of Totopos are counterpointed by the neighboring country called Jaigadia, which is a rather witty name meaning land of sorrows. At a certain moment in the narrative, Totopos is threatened by the despotic ruler of this country. The contrast between Totopos and Jaigadia chiefly stems from the differences of the rulers, resulting behavior of the subjects. As opposed to the angelic, semi-divine and self-restricting Queen Artenis, the ruler of Jaigadia is an absolutist despot who knows no limits to his rule. In the ensuing war, the Totoposian army wins an easy victory, as the soldiers of Jaigadia have no reason to protect their ruler. Yet the queen does not claim the throne, but a self-government is offered to the people of Jaigadia. The new liberty comes with problems, since the people are used to being ruled and cannot easily practice the opportunity of freedom. Sociability is on a very low level, as fear had permeated the country during the years of dictatorship. Streets were silent, people did not dare to talk to each other. Whereas, in Gregory Claeys's words, quote, the core of the ideal society is social relationships, not material plenty. Utopia's key goal has been greater unity, camaraderie, and friendship, by contrast to dystopias where fear and hatred of others predominate, and individual isolation and loneliness are deliberately promoted by rulers. This is exactly the case in Jaigadia. They are not used to expressing their thoughts freely, which is partly the reason of the fate of the ruler, as nobody dared to tell him that the Totoposian army is stronger than his. During the discussions of the future of Jaigadia, it is agreed that the best form of government is constitutional monarchy. A meeting of the common people is summoned to discuss the details of the new regime. But this meeting proves to be useless as everyone only acknowledges their own material interests and wishes for such regulations that benefit themselves, without any sign of solidarity. As if they were manifesting the truth of George Orwell's Bon mot, who said that there is a difference between what the public is interested in and public interest. After the failure of the Commons, the higher-ranking people later agreed that a king is needed. Otherwise, everyone wants to become a ruler. Finally, the king is elected with a council to limit his power, and it is also agreed that the members of the council have to be replaced regularly. In Tarimenes, direct democracy is shown to lead into the chaos of self-interest, yet the regular discussions of social and political matters by noblemen is considered an element of healthy political structure. For Beshenyei, the best guarantee of freedom is the rule of an individual who is respectful of the laws. Now, let me shift to another important example of the negotiations of democratic ideals in 19th century Hungary, which is a far better known piece. That's The Tragedy of Man by Imre Madács. It was written in 1862, and it's the most often performed Hungarian play ever since it was first put on stage, and it's also been translated into 40 languages. The tragedy spells out the complex allegory of mankind's history through the adventures of the original couple Adam and Eve, traveling through space and time, visiting the most important instances of human history, such as ancient Egypt, Athens and Rome, or Prague in the 16th century, Paris during the French Revolution, a futuristic phalanstery, and so on, in 15 scenes rather than acts. The goal of this journey is a search for a suitable social and political framework for the autonomous human being. From the point of view of democratic ideals, the most relevant part where the shortcomings of a democratic political structure become apparent is the fifth scene that describes the death of Miltiades in ancient Athens. This part of the play is preceded by the scene in Egypt, where Adam, as the pharaoh, concludes that the despotic rule offers no option for a fruitful existence of people, not even for the pharaoh. The society of Athens represents a response to the problem of the previous scene as an archetype of Western democracy with the sovereignty of the people. Yet the shortcomings of the rule of the masses are highlighted, and the scene ends in the tragic fall of the benevolent hero. The scene reflects on historical events without targeting a full accuracy around the return of Miltiades after an unsuccessful expedition against the Persians some years after the famous victory at Marathon. Athens at this time was a democracy in the ancient sense of the word. And now I'm obviously risking that Mir knows these things much better. Representative democracy in that the citizens were more directly involved in governing. Although full citizenship tended to be restricted in the Greek city-states with women, slaves, foreigners, and some others excluded. Mir just spoke about the concept of the demos in quite detail. The citizens were much more deeply enfranchised than in modern representative democracies because they were directly involved in governing, end of quote. In Madács's play, it is demonstrated that a formally democratic decision-making process in itself does not solve the problems of human communities. Economic inequalities, the lack of fraternity, corruption, and the inability of the uneducated people to see the long-term consequences of their decisions are lethal for the community. For instance, you may remember that Mir mentioned that Isocrates considered the Spartans more democratic because they were more equal, more democratic than the Athenians. In the play, common people are not mature enough for democratic decision-making, and leaders are demanded. It is also implicitly present in the drama that the exclusion of women from decision-making has negative consequences. The wife of Miltiades represents the qualities that are needed for conscious considerations of the impacts of a decision. Common people in Athens are not autonomous. They only expect leaders to take advantage of the voting powers. As one of them complains, nobody has tried to buy my vote. Without some level of economic equality, or at least economic safety, people's votes do not represent their autonomous decisions, but the power of those who are able to control them. Beyond economic issues, the power of the media also appears in a basic form. Judgments are formed on the basis of hearsay and the rhetorical skills of the speakers. Interpretation of real events depends on the skills of orators and their ability to control public opinion by framing or withholding information. As Bernard Crick argues, quote, the populist mode of democracy is a politics of arousal more than of reason, End of quote. The democratic system described in the Athens scene is not the decision-making process of a large number of independent people, but more the rule of the mob and those who can control the mob. Today, democracy is linked to concepts of autonomy, the rule of law, freedom of expression, and commitment to the common good. The concept of democracy the tragedy presents is more basic and chaotic and reflects problems around a natural constituent of democracy, the power of large groups of people, or as Ferenc Horansky mentioned, majority rule. As Gregory Claes opines in Dystopia Natural History, mass, crowd, and mob are emotive terms. They imply the more invidious aspect of collective association and identity: fury, violence, or lawlessness, irrationality, extreme emotionality, or uncontrolled movement, a proneness to delusion, and a pronounced susceptibility to manipulation. It is exactly in this meaning that mobs, masses, and crowds appear as negative forces in the tragedy, and to some extent also in Tariménes. The collective mind of the mob is weaker and is often seen as amoral compared to the potentially virtuous individual. The impulsiveness and intolerance of the masses call for a control by leaders, not only in political theory, but also on the stage. The dangers of the collective mind are depicted emphatically, and the demonization of the crowd also finds a powerful representation. In this respect, both Bessenyé's Tariménes and Madach's play foreshadows José Ortega y Gasset's notions in his The Revolt of the Masses from 1930, about the losses suffered by the accession of the masses to power, particularly the deterioration of the qualities associated with the nobility. There's the events in various other scenes of the tragedy, so later scenes, prompt that the ideal political establishment in 19th century Central Europe is not democracy, but the constitutional rule of an enlightened leader. Democracy remains a failed attempt in the tragedy, yet hope is not given up, as it never is in the play. In a later scene describing the terror of the French Revolution, Adams' conclusion is that despite the destruction, the revolution possessed a heavenly spark, and below the blood and mud, the ideal still shines, the ideal of the rule of people. While this is maintained, nowhere does the tragedy show a democratic pattern without serious flaws. As a conclusion, we can claim that the problems of democracy feature as an important and recurring topic in Hungarian utopian literature, 19th century works often presenting the rule of a benevolent monarch in a constitutional democracy as an ideal. Both Bessenyé's and Madach's texts argue for the necessity of leadership. In Bessenyé, the rule of law as a limitation of power is very much emphasized. Now, I don't really want to link it necessarily to present-day issues, but the current rise in the 21st century in the cults of leaders has really complex reasons, including the social media. But as you could see, 19th century Hungarian texts may also have some kind of indirect influence. At least there is a strong tradition of supporting powerful and presumably benevolent rulers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, George, for this thought-provoking and very interesting talk. Now we have our second speaker of the session, Iva Dymowska, who is a postdoctoral fellow at the CEU Democracy Institute, working on our topic, Utopian Nationalism in the Formation of Socialist Yugoslavia. And the title of her talk today is Barbarians and Geniuses, or the Democratic Potentials of the Balkan Utopia. Yes, Iva, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for coming to this workshop. So my PowerPoint is a bit less interesting than Zsolt, but it will serve mostly as a few examples of the art that I'm talking about and a few quotes at the end. So if you Google Utopia in Yugoslavia, you will see that there's so many results that come up, and at least in the last 20 years, there's been a number of scholarly but also popular literature pieces on the former Yugoslavia and the meaning of utopia. For example, this is a very prominent recent example. From the summer of 2018 to January 2019, an exhibition titled Toward a Concrete Utopia, Architecture in Yugoslavia from 1948 to 1980 could be visited at the MoMA Museum in New York. And as it was stated in the exhibition catalog, Toward a Concrete Utopia, Architecture in Yugoslavia introduces the exceptional work of socialist Yugoslavia's leading architects to an international audience for the first time, emphasizing the specific situatedness of Yugoslavia between the capitalist West and the socialist East that prompted, this is an example of in the catalog, that prompted Yugoslavia's architects to respond to the contradictory demands and influences, developing a post-war architecture both in line with and distinct from the design approaches seen elsewhere in Europe and beyond. The architecture that emerged from international style skyscrapers to brutalist socialist buildings is a manifestation of the radical diversity, hybridity, and idealism that characterized the Yugoslav state itself, that was, in a sense, concludes this catalog, a utopian idea. This exhibition prompted a certain interest for a revitalization in the socialist past and its architecture in the region, with local artists and architects publishing opinion pieces and studies of the exhibition, and especially because it was staged in MoMA. And that seemed to be somewhat forgotten in the last 2 decades under pressures of blooming nationalist movements in the region, whose goal, among others, was the erasure of socialist past and its architectural and geographical heritage. So my project, similarly, is interested in the overlapping points between idealism, utopia, East-West, diversity, hybridity, and idealism in the former Yugoslavia. This thing that I'll try to present today with a short example in the end of a 1920s avant-garde practice in Yugoslavia is part of a larger project that is right now being developed here at the Democracy Institute. And this project will examine the connections between utopia and nationalism in the political, cultural, and artistic life of the former Yugoslavia. This establishment of the state that was firstly named the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes in 1918 was itself catalyzed, claim a lot of scholars, by a certain utopia, and that's the pan-Slavic idea. This claim, the formulation of the pan-Slavic idea as a utopian ideal, lies at the center of this interdisciplinary project, as it traces the multivalent roles of utopian expressions in literary, political, but also social texts. So here I am to show how this mission of establishing a political and social system based on the idea of shared pan-Slavic nationhood, while incorporating sometimes complementary but sometimes opposite processes of nation building in each of the Slavic nations, was at times a utopian, but at times a dystopian process. I established that there's 3 phases of development that are both temporally geographically determined when it comes to the relationship between nationalism and utopia, and they will be the main processes of this project. The first phase will trace the early manifestations and engagements with utopia and socialism through basically focusing on the tensions between the East and the West in the works of significant writers and movements from the 1920s, mostly from Belgrade and Zagreb. Then the second phase focuses on the post-war period from the 40s to the 60s, moving to the margins of Yugoslavia, multi-ethnic and multicultural territories that once belonged to former neighboring empires, such as Vojvodina, and then Kosovo will maybe be included here, as well as something that a territory in Italy that was for a very brief time part of Yugoslavia, Trieste. And the third and the final phase will outline the decline of this socialist utopian ideal by examining the proliferation of socialist dystopias as a new genre in Yugoslav writing from the 50s to the 80s. So these 3 phases are also very much connected, I should mention here, to the historical background, to the establishment of Yugoslavia. And what I'm following here is that, so there's a period from the 20s and the 30s that is especially, interested in this tension between the East and the West. But then as the war happens and after the first falling apart of Yugoslavia and basically the transition from the kingdom to what is later going to become the Socialist Federal Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. There seems to be a new history that develops here. So from the 40s, after the war, during a period of reconstruction, the Yugoslav Federation was built and reproduced on a discourse of victory, introducing a Soviet-type kind of administration, socialism, with its call to physical work, collectivism, anti-capitalism, and a 5-year economic plan. And this seemed to go on until 1948, when this period, Yugoslavia maintained a close relationship with the Soviet Union. However, in 1948, famously, Tito and Stalin had a dispute, and then Tito went into a conflict, and this is known as the breakup of the relationship with Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union. So that emphasizes, in a political move that was meant to emphasize the political independence of Yugoslavia and the moving further from the Soviet influence and facing more to the West. The 60s and the 50s, for example, after this, are known mostly in scholarship as a more liberal and an open and decentralized political system. And this is where, compared, for example, to other Eastern European countries, Yugoslavia developed much more open relationships with the West at this point and with capitalism. And it had certain kind of semi-democracy. So this is a period that is mostly regarded as something of a third way, sometimes even third way utopianism between the East and the West in the history of Yugoslavia. However, this multicultural idea of brotherhood and unity that was basically the basis of this federation was very fragile, even at this point. And starting for the first time in the 70s, this whole basis started to crumble with protests in the 70s. And in 1974, famously, the constitution was changed to allow for more liberties that were seen to then go to granting more rights and independence to the 6 nations. And finally, during the 80s, there was a period of an increased economic crisis that finally ended up with the first democratic multi-party elections that were held in Yugoslavia in 1990, first in Croatia and Slovenia. And of course, after this, Yugoslavia falls apart. The breakup, the fall of the federation officially started in June 1991, and then ended in the Yugoslav wars. So what is interesting to me is this notion of imagining this idea of Yugoslavia as a pan-Slavic nation, as a utopian ideal, especially in this first and second phase from the 20s to the 60s, that it seems to be, grounded in this idea of eradication of national differences between the six nations. And it seems that this historical idea in former Yugoslavia was that it was the unification of the Slavs that lived between the Adriatic Sea and the Black Sea, and that were in a way connected by a common language and culture. It was a political engineering project, and Yugoslavia, according to its engineers, promised to go beyond these contradictions of nationalism and ethnic groups. Socialist Yugoslavia was then created from 6 different nations or republics, and Titoism was imagined and founded on the assumption that economic and political homogenization will lead to the creation of a pure worker state. This is why a political culture that was composed of several nations within a federal state system was founded by institutions that prevented the domination of one national group. And in essence, all Yugoslav had a Yugoslav federal supranational identity. And that was supposed to, they all of course had their own several individual identities, but that one supranational identity was supposed to eradicate. It was supposed to somehow be larger than their presumed separate national identities. But it seems that, as many scholars are especially arguing today, that this notion of the separate national identities always remained very vital and very crucial in the establishment and in the daily functioning life of the Yugoslav communities. For example, in an article called Scenes from the Last Yugoslav Generation, The Long March from Utopia to Nationalism, Zala Volčić claims that there's always existed something like a Yugoslav imaginary, a Yugoslav culture, a supernatural Yugoslav identity, or Yugoslav mind that could be felt throughout the region. But at the same time, that didn't diminish the existence and the very the powerful existence of the daily differences between the nations in the daily functioning of in the country. So she basically, this article that I'm talking about, she did interviews with what she calls the last generation born from 65 to 1980 in Macedonia and in Slovenia, trying to see what are people's everyday experiences of how they basically, how do they consider themselves, what kind of nation and what kind of ethnic group they belong to. So she says that in this last generation that basically was born in something that can be considered the good times in the middle of the 60s, when there was a lot of movement and semi-democratic freedoms, then until the 80s with the violent collapse of the federation, that there's a sense of kind of impossible, false utopian entity, emphasizing that this Yugoslav notion of brotherhood and unity was a project that was seen as a large-scale ideological discursive project whose goal was not exactly the creation of a real collective identity across the South Slavic lands, but the establishment of a political construction of an ideological utopia. So what is interesting here is this notion that utopia is something that is false, something that cannot be completely achieved, but at the same time, this is happening in the last few. And this is the experiences of people who definitely experienced the collapse of this federation. So also one interesting thing that I found fascinating is that, for example, there's surveys of how people felt during all these phases that I'm talking about in Yugoslavia. In the beginning, after the World War, for example, there wasn't in the surveys or the census a category of Yugoslav. That was introduced in 1951. And at that point, only around 1.1% of the entire nation would declare themselves as Yugoslavs. And it was seen as a category in the surveys and in the census, it was seen as a category belonging to people who consider themselves like that are nationless, that for some reason they don't have a nation. And even in the best times, this number around the 60s and the 70s never reaches more than 6 to 10%. It varies throughout the republics, but the biggest number, of course, of people who would consider themselves Yugoslav is in the urban communities, in pan-cultural artistic communities. But all in all, there was always a sense of belonging to a specific nation. So in my project, and especially in the space that I'm dealing with now, I'm trying to see how basically what is the relevance of the idea of the nation and nationalism when we're talking about Utopia and Yugoslavia. So one of the earliest, and in the last 5 minutes of this talk, I will talk about an example from the 1920s in Serbia and Croatia. One of the earliest and most influential artistic and political movements that was based on the concept of Utopia and Yugoslavia was Zenitism, that was formed with the launching of the international magazine Zenit, first published in Zagreb from 1921 to 1923, and then in Belgrade from 1923 to 1926 by its main progenitor. This is the Serbian writer Ljubomir Mičić. So the journal gathered poets and writers from cities and cultural centers across from Yugoslavia, like Zagreb, Belgrade, Ljubljana, Sombor, Split, and Zemun, but it also established cooperation with Yugoslav writers living in abroad in the West, in Prague, Paris, and Vienna. Contributions from Russia and the West were also left mostly unprinted and untranslated, I'm sorry. And a lot of the major European movements at that time, from the beginning of the 20th century, like Expressionism, Futurism, and Dada, were reflected in the journals. But Zenitism, as a movement, transcended its apparent artistic orientation precisely because of a utopian urge to initiate a new tradition of spirituality with something that Mičić called the universal human epoch, created through a new individual, one that would reach the zenith of human nature. This is a quote from the journal. This is the poster for the first magazine. The main personification of Mičić's utopian ideas was a revolutionary anarchistic figure of a man who he called Barbara Genius. And he first appears in I'll find it now, in the manifesto of Zenitism in 1921, written by the same writer, and then also the poets Ivan Gol and Boško Togin. So this idea of the figure of the Barbara Genius, he was imagined to be a modern, forceful, and an authentic Balkan man who in the new age would Balkanize Europe. The new utopian society brought upon these men will offer new art, new culture, and a total re-evaluation of traditional values and political ideas, as Micic would say. Then it advances to face young Yugoslavia and announces its rebirth: new man, new spirit, new art. Micic did not share the idea of social stability under communism and socialism, and he longed for another revolution, sparked by this kind of a utopian impulse. The two parties that were in his imagined war were the Slavs and the Latins, with the Slavs represented as the new barbarians who had arrived to revolutionize the civilization, the old civilization of Europe. The result of this conflict was something that would concern the whole humankind, and that will eventually liberate the East and the West, the Slavs and the Latins. And this is, according to him, a utopian Zenitist project that functions as a synthesis in which Western rationalism is the thesis and Balkan spiritualism is the antithesis. The goal is not the destruction, as he says, of the European civilization and its values, but its rejuvenation through fertilization with the healthy barbarian blood of young Yugoslavia. So it's undeniable, as you can see, that Zenitism uses and further solidifies this Orientalist, nationalist, and racist trope, as Micic equates the West with excessive rationality, capitalist economy, and formalism, and what he calls the Southeast is an embodiment of barbarian purity, good-heartedness, and Balkan male virility. That is, and here's a couple of quotes, that is unspoiled by the perverse culture of Baudelaire keepers and coffeehouse decadents, heirs of Baudelaire, and European degenerates. So he proudly takes on this trace of Western Orientalism and turns it upside down, making Western Europe culture the object of inquiry and exalting in the same sense of historical inevitability, which the West usually ascribes to the East and to the Balkan histories. Starting from, for example, Maria Todorova's foundational study, Imagining the Balkans, in the last few decades, we've seen a lot of the proliferation of important scholarly literature that belongs under the category of Balkanism or Balkan studies that critically reinvestigates how popular Balkan discourses posit as an ontological difference between a European self and a Balkan other. But it's evident that as early as in the 20s, Micic and his followers were aware of this dualism, and they incorporated it into their artwork and Utopian manifesto in various ways throughout these different phases of Zenitism. Micic coined the term Barbara genius, wanting to indicate a specific Balkan creative energy, and used it to refer to the Slavs in general and to the people of the Balkans in particular. In his early uses, interestingly, the term barbarian sometimes carried negative connotations. But as he was lamenting against the poor cultural heritage in the Balkans, he refused to be a barbarian. He refused to be a barbarian slave who died for the freedom of his race. But then he declared himself first a Zenitist, replacing the barbarian with Zenitist, and only later, as the terms primitivism and barbarism appeared in the works of the poets he was collaborating with in the early years of this movement, and that they were reappropriated as signifiers of initiation, aptitude, and creation, the Barbara genius was reclaimed and vindicated in this new role. Zenitism is both a Yugoslav and a Balkan utopian movement, and then it embodies this particular ambiguity that we're talking about here, this ambiguity and the duality between Eastern and Western, Central and Eastern, civilized and barbarian, and the European self, and the Balkan, the barbarian other. Micic wants to, and as a conclusion, I will just say, because I have 1 minute, Micic wants to remind us that these concepts, such as Europe and the West, with this work, are equally contestable tropes that convey historically and contextually differentiating meanings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iva, for your talk. And now we have our last speaker of today, Anna Maria Spirioso, who is a PhD candidate in our final year at the European University Institute in Florence, Italy, at the Department of History and Civilization. And the title of her talk today is The Only Real Democracy is Direct Democracy, an exploration of the concept of democracy into Italian contemporary utopian communities. Yes, Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emre. So first, I would like to thank Zsolt, Eva, and Darina for organizing this conference, which has been very fruitful so far. So I think, yeah, I'll be going full loop and turning back to Professor Luisa Passerini's talk this morning. So I'll be turning back to the issue of the 1960s and 70s and the 80s in Italy. And this presentation is based on what was originally a chapter in my dissertation that I reworked for the purpose of this conference. And the chapter initially addressed the kinds of politics practiced in 3 contemporary utopian communities, but I have now slightly reworked it to address the concept of democracy envisioned in 2 Italian contemporary communities, and it's therefore still a work in progress. So the 2 intentional communities at the center of this presentation are La Comune di Bagnaia, a political commune located outside of Siena, and Damanhur, a spiritual community located 50 kilometers north of Torino. The material regarding each of these communities resulted from my PhD research and a series of oral history interviews and participant observation that I conducted in 2019 in each of these communities. And I will first briefly linger on a definition of intentional communities or utopian communities, followed by a discussion of the historical context out of which these 2 communities surfaced. And finally, I will discuss community members' conceptualization of what they call real democracy, so the title of this presentation, and as well as direct democracy, in relation to their organization and practices. So a definition of utopian communities or intentional communities. They've been defined in a myriad of ways, but the issue with most of these definitions is that they are narrow at the expense of not fully encapsulating the diverse manifestations of these communities. I won't go into the various definitions, but suffice it to say that many either limit what counts as a utopian community by limiting the size of the community or the degree of sharing, so often requiring their members to share living accommodation, property, resources, and so on, which is not always the case. So therefore, I've opted for the following definition by Lemon-Tower Sargent, which delineates some boundaries, but is less specific in order not to discount the various manifestations that intentional communities can take. So a group of 5 or more adults and their children, if any, who come from more than one nuclear family and who have chosen to live together to enhance their shared values or for some other mutually agreed upon purpose. Furthermore, I would just like to make a note regarding Rosa Beth Kantermoss' identification of 3 kinds of critiques of society that have provided initial impulse for the utopian searching community, which may be useful in the discussion of our community's conceptualization of democracy that will follow. So these 3 critiques fueling the utopian impulse in community have been, firstly, religious, referring to the 16th and 18th century experiments that sought closer contact with God and also with one another. Secondly, a politico-economic critique, which was born out of the increasing dislocation, mechanization, overcrowding, and poverty that resulted from the Industrial Revolution, and mostly sought refuge from the evils of the factory system in small socialist communities. And 3, a psychosocial critique, focusing on the psychosocial consequences of modern society, namely social isolation and inner fragmentation. And I want to place a special emphasis on this 3rd category that comes to fruition in the 1960s and 70s and holds that modern society has put people out of touch with their innate nature and seeks to create liberating situations conducive to intimacy and psychological health. And I want to place special emphasis on this because today's communities can be seen, the ones in my presentation, of course, can be seen as an extension of the 3rd category because of their emphasis on self-development and self-growth. And the characteristics of this 3rd category focus on the inner emotional world have determined both the nature of these contemporary utopian communities as well as their conceptualizations of democracy. So just a brief historical context, which we actually already discussed with Professor Luisa Passerini this morning. So I'll try to make it a bit shorter, but yeah, so the acute historical conditions of the 1960s and 70s student movements in Italy, let's see. Well, let me summarize it a bit more. So as in other countries in the same period, in the 1960s and 70s, Italy essentially experienced an anti-authoritarian revolt, demanding more democratic decision-making, rejecting over-bureaucratization, and aiming for a more humanist understanding of politics. This period also privileged the expression of emotions as a form of revolt against the status quo, as well as values like reason, order, and discipline. And initially led by students who took to the streets in 1966, this wave of protests attracted workers in 1969 and formed what became known as the extra-parliamentary left movement. What this movement sought was to implement an internationalist communist vision in the country. However, in the late 1970s, a period of heightened violence led by left-wing terrorist groups resulted in a deep rift within the extra-parliamentary left movement, which became divided into those who believed that violence was justified only in situations of self-defense, and those who believed that armed struggle was necessary to overthrow the regime. And this brings us to the decisions, so the decision of community members to join their respective communities. So these members rejected the violence experience on the outside during this period, so they were part of this second group that rejected violence as a means for enacting societal revolution. So now I have quotes from my narrators. And I just want to make a note that the community members from Damanhur, their names are in Italian. They're named after, they have animal and plant names. So Volpe means fox. And I would just, so Volpe from Damanhur, he explained that he was part of the leftist extra-parliamentary group, Lotta Continua, Continuous Struggle, another far-left militant organization in the 1970s. And he said, so I kind of joined because it was fashionable, it was in style, and you kind of felt like you were somebody on the inside of this group. But they also used extreme methods because they used violence like raids, strong actions, and burning here and smashing over there. I didn't want to do things with violence. Volpe quickly turned inwards, in quotes, and joined a Buddhist community of Pomaya outside of Pisa, which is still operative today. And later he joined Damanhur. And about the decision to join a utopian community in this context that I just described, in the heightened violence in the 70s, another member from La Comunità di Bagnaia puts it quite succinctly. He says, for me, I think, and for several others, it is a way to make a difference and try to make a difference in the wider culture without having to battle people all the time. A more peaceful way of trying to make change instead of combative. And as we will see, these emotional reactions to the events of the time shaped how members subsequently conceptualized democracy. And now I reached the conceptions of democracy in the two communities, which advocated for a kind of community democracy, democracy in protest of liberal democracy, which they essentially viewed as not functioning. So in effect, Chikala, a member of Damanhur, described the intermediary institutions of liberal democracies, like voting, politicians, political parties, and so on in the following way. She says, I think that politics and politicians and so on, they're all maneuver. It's not real. What we live and what we see is not real. And so I prefer to think about the things that I see, that I touch. Instead, Chikala gestured towards what she saw as a different kind of politics that was practiced in Damanhur. She said, here politics is smiling and talking with somebody. Here politics is drinking coffee and asking someone how they are and talking about their things. In the same vein, a member of La Comune di Bagnaia expressed, I believe more at this point in the politics of little things, in the politics of personal change, the relationships between people, and education, which is also political. And in this way, members point to a bottom-up approach to politics in which their everyday forms of relating constitute political action. And this bottom-up approach to politics extends to their conceptualization of democracy, which can be practiced in day-to-day interactions, and which they find more concrete and meaningful as a result. And their version of a bottom-up democracy takes the shape of a consensual democracy based on the reasoned dialogue between all members of a community. And this is specifically the case for La Comune di Bagnaia, but it's also valid for Damanhur to some degree, as we'll see. So in La Comune di Bagnaia, in an ideal and consensual and direct democracy, everyone participates in the final decision and no one is excluded, reinforcing solidarity amongst everyone, a principle which the commune's very existence is formulated upon and which is also contained in their constitution. Central to the perception of real democracy is the incorporation of as many viewpoints as possible, as well as striving to understand the other's view more deeply, even if you do not agree with it at first. So theoretically, the consensus approach sees the value in every opinion and strives to cultivate an awareness to notice and give voice to the whole field in which we are living in and its parts. It should be noted, however, that all members of the commune were of the left. And as one member, Franco, expressed, the beautiful thing about living together with so many is that I don't have to live with people who are voting for the right. Therefore, consensual decision-making was only possible in this case thanks to a shared value base. So consensus decision-making was put into practice, particularly during the commune's weekly meetings, during which they would vote on issues like whether to purchase a new car or to allocate funds for a member's child to go to college. And equally important was discussing emotions, perceptions, and conflicts. And when members need to decide on something, a vote is held, and every single member, 13 members at the time I was there, had to agree. If someone disagrees, the conversation continues until the voting eventually takes place again. And in some cases, voting on a decision remained frozen. That is, it was left to one side because unanimity could not be found. And rather than imposing a quantifiable majority, members believed that through dialogue, one would always be able to approach a reasoned consensus. And members emphasized, however, that a specific kind of dialogue was needed, one that oozed for them what they viewed as the ideal democratic values. So members explained that their dialogue followed the principles of Jerome Lisa's ecological communication. And Lisa is a psychotherapist, former professor of psychology at the University of Harvard, and he's an author of various books like Deep Listening and Ecological Communication. And he had been to this community and held workshops on the topic of ecological communication. And as I understood it from speaking with members, ecological communication involves the application of ecological principles to human relationships. So cultivating each person's resources, respecting diversity, and at the same time maintaining global cohesion so that people can work together towards a common goal. This method devised by Lise attempts to find a balance between individual needs and the growth of the whole. And in particular, the fundamental methodologies for democratic communication in the group, according to Lise, include firstly, constructive criticism, so asking permission to talk about an issue, being as concrete as possible, describing one's feelings, clarifying the reasons for your suggestions. And secondly, another important methodology was facilitation, so having someone or several people to help avoid monopolization, encouraging inactive members to join, using positive reasoning, and therefore one of the main points in ecological or democratic communication is that the authoritarian control of a single leader is badly suited to complex situations. In a mutual participation group, on the other hand, feedback is offered by whoever is involved in the decision, so those who put into practice and those who receive its impact. Amy from La Comune di Bagnaia explained that she had issues taking part in party politics when she lived on the outside of the community, as well as politics at her previous university job, because she had issues with the undemocratic, according to her, and competitive communication that took place there. She explained that she found communication in La Comune di Bagnaia very different from the one she experienced on the outside. And she said that at her university meetings, I'd get intolerant and frustrated how people didn't listen to each other in the meeting. So the school that we follow in La Comune di Bagnaia, ecological communication, means that we don't interrupt each other, we listen. And she says, I guess very basic things about how to talk to each other and make decisions together. But in the outside world, it's not like that. In addition to the use of ecological language, to create better dynamics in the group, and thus also in decision-making, La Comune di Bagnaia also hired Jenny, who was a mediator specialized in group dynamics, who visited the community a couple of times per year. And she said, so Jenny, because consensus requires trust and openness, according to her, so unlike parliamentary democracy, which tends to assume conflict and competition, Jenny played an essential role in cultivating the trust so central to the consensus decision-making process. So she helped the community essentially to work through tensions and emotional blockages that existed between members and on certain topics so that members could feel more trusting and then consequently push through blockages in decision making. So for example, when I visited the commune in 2019, as is the case in many intentional communities, the younger and older generations were particularly tense towards one another, and this reverberated into their consensus decision making. So Jenny's mediation in turn was aimed to help the generations understand each other better and therefore eventually facilitate further unity and more democratic decision-making. So while Bagnaia employed consensus decision-making as its only decision-making method, Damanhur could not, due to its size of 600 members, So in Damanhur, consensus was practiced only at the level of the nucleo, which is a specific term used in the community to refer to one's home. And it's usually made up of 8 to 25 people living in the same household and sharing a common space. And then beyond the level of the nucleo, Damanhur employed a kind of representative democracy, but with different characteristics to the mainstream representative democracy. And the difference between Damanhur's representative democracy and the mainstream one resides in the difference between electing delegates and trustees, with delegates following the express preferences of their constituents, and trustees, for these delegates, what the main thing I would like to remark is that there's very little room to maneuver from what the population wants, versus trustees, who are representatives that follow their own understanding of the best action to pursue. And in Damanhur, those taking on political roles acted as delegates. And they were elected by the population using a majority system, but they had to follow closely what the population expressed during citizen-wide assemblies that took place once per week. And if delegates were perceived as straying away from the population's expressed desires, the Court of Justice, a neutral body, could be consulted to evaluate the situation and reprimand or replace the delegate if necessary. So Damanhur also employed methods of nonviolent communication, which were also contained. They're also contained in their constitution, and they strove to include as many voices in the decision-making process as possible. Also, thanks to the various channels that existed in the community to be able to do so. So, for example, there were weekly community-wide assemblies, weekly nucleo meetings, so at the level of the household. There are also something called le serate, called the evenings, if I translate it into English, which were meetings once per week where the community philosophy was discussed and also updated. There were also referendums, and there was also a community newspaper where all members of the community could publish their opinion on various happenings. So there was no restriction to any of the members to express complaints and so on through these channels. It should be noted that in the case of La Comuni di Bagnaia, as in the case of La Comuni di Bagnaia, the spiritual practices and various community organs that existed in Damanhur acted as a control mechanism, so to help unify members' ideological tendencies. So making decision-making easier than it would have been the case outside of the community setting. And I just want to make a parallel between Bagnaia and Damanhur's conceptualization of democracy and deep democracy, which is a concept developed by Arnold Mindel, a physicist and Jungian analyst in 1988. And according to Mindel, deep democracy, as opposed to classical democracy, which focuses on majority rule, refers to an attitude which focuses on the awareness of voices that are both central and marginal. And furthermore, deep democracy operates on the premise that allowing oneself to take seriously seemingly unimportant events and feelings can often bring unexpected solutions to both group and inner conflicts. As Mindel posited, deep democracy can manifest in a subtle and powerful way when someone is able to express the very essence of what he or she is feeling, whether doing group interactions, political dialogue, or personal relationships. It is often the case, he argued, that when someone gets to the essence of an experience and the community's tensions, it is often possible to facilitate tremendous unplanned change, bringing everyone in the room to a common ground of human suffering, which then serves for deeper understanding and working together towards sustainable change. And it was in this deeper form of dialogue that members of our communities, contemporary utopian communities, believed it is possible to achieve consensus and put into practice what they called real democracy. And while members were generally satisfied with their respective forms of governance and decision-making, as well as nonviolent communication, they also pointed out some of the drawbacks. So for instance, Ruth pointed out that while the structure of Bagnaia was designed according to the belief that members were all equal, in her view, there were still situational hierarchies, as she named them, connected to who possessed more knowledge on a certain topic. So when I asked her if she could explain what she meant by these hierarchies, she said maybe the sense of, which opinion is more valid, who the others think is more capable of understanding what the best solution is, or who is professional. I would like to note a remark by Rhiannon Firth. She's a scholar of intentional communities, who argues that many, if not all communities encounter issues whereby some individuals dominate certain situations and unintentional hierarchies arise, often based on gender, education, longevity in the group, and confidence. And while this may happen everywhere in everyday life, Firth notes that the distinction lies in that there is arguably more reflexivity about this in intentional communities who make a point of discussing these matters and trying to right them. And I would add that this reflexivity also on the part of members is further consolidated due to the many organizational structures created to suppress these hierarchies, like the citizen-wide assemblies or meetings with facilitators for ecological communication in the case of both of our communities.
Anna Maria, sorry.
2 minutes, okay. So I think I'll cut to the chase, but well, as a last remark of a drawback of consensus in deep democracy, someone also remarked that there were many impasses in consensus reaching because of he explained that it gets very tiring to represent everybody, and sometimes it can take years to make a decision. So for something like expanding, because one of the communities wanted to expand and incorporate new members, they hadn't been able to reach an agreement on this in over 10 years. So to conclude, Damanhur and Banyaya practiced a kind of ideal democracy which differed from liberal democracy, in that obligation towards the community was prioritized over individual rights, and the realization of a common good was fulfilled by procedures and forms of political life that assured the equal participation of everyone. And in the consensual democracy practice in Banyaya, it is important to constantly exercise self-awareness and awareness more generally regarding one's method of communication in the decision-making process. And it is therefore in the kind of dialogue that democracy can be achieved. This form of direct democracy remains ideal in that it can only function in small-scale communities where members can directly communicate with one another and gather face-to-face at any moment to reach rational agreements. When these local limits are exceeded, direct democracy is no longer possible and forms of representative democracy are needed, as in the case of Damanhur. However, even in the case of Damanhur, it was still possible to have a more representative approach than in traditional liberal democracies, with the nomination of delegates, as I explained, to represent citizens' desires directly, rather than trustees. Finally, while Franco's statement, which was in the title of my presentation, so the only real democracy is direct democracy, remains complex to implement outside his microcosm, I view the communities in this presentation as exemplary of the radical activism required for movement towards further human progress in the domain of democracy. And examples like Comune di Banyaya and Damanhur can remind us of those forms of democracy, and therefore societies that negate exclusion, where everyone's idea has a place and is a subject of consideration. And further research could focus on how to apply these community values and adapt them to our modern societies, which would imply invoking a Republican mentality over a liberal one, and that subordinates personal interest to the interests of society as a whole. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria. If we can have all the three speakers here now for the Q&A session, that would be great. Eva? And I think for the online audience, like if they have questions or comments, they could post on social media, I think, or on YouTube, and then we can just read them out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So now I open the floor for questions and comments from the audience. Please feel free to ask the questions or make comments. Do we have any questions, comments? Jean-Paul?
Story. The irony of the story was the idea of the doctor, she was actually absolutely standing governed for 15 years or so without consulting the diet area. So it's very funny in some sense, an example of how to govern itself. I guess she was not an example of that in real life, but this is just
it's an absolutely relevant comment. Actually, there's a number of ways in which the fictional Queen Artenish is similar to Maria Theresa, and a number of ways in which she's different. So they're not equal. There's been an attempt to look at this book, which actually I brought here. So it's more than 500 pages. I just checked, closer to 600. That it is a roman clave, so a key novel where you can have various kinds of persons. For instance, the King of Prussia could be this land of sorrows, and so on and so forth. but I think that's a huge exaggeration. There seem to be real life models, but the fictional equivalents are different. For instance, it's emphasized that Artenish is a national queen. That's a nation as a basis of the community is something really emphasized here. This is one of the reasons why she doesn't want to become the queen of Iougadia, because she could not be a good queen of a different nation. This is obviously a very significant difference from Maria Theresa, but otherwise it's mentioned that the description of the place is parallel to the Schönbrunn castle and park, and also in some other details are clearly established the similarity.
Thank you very much. I think we have another question from Greg, and then Nate.
I have brief questions for each of the papers, or for all three, rather. So first of all, is there a sense in Hungary in this period of writing in the context of a common European utopian tradition, starting with more in Latin, obviously, but progressing through? I don't know if Fenelon's Telemachus is translated into Hungarian. It certainly was translated into German, which was well known to your authors. And it's published in 1699, treatment work. It's one of the best-selling works of its time. And probably it's fair to describe it as a paradigmatic utopia for the whole of Europe. The influence of Britain is very profound as well. So let me give all three questions at once, and then I can stop. So to Eva, I wonder about this phrase, healthy barbarism. It's really interesting, the juxtaposition of civilization and also Western civilization. And I wonder what the etymology is here. I mean, what does barbarism mean in this context? Does it have a specific nationalist sense? Does it have a historical pedigree? Are there, is this resistance already against Roman occupation or whatever? And Anna, I was very interested in Jerome Liss, about whom I know absolutely nothing whatsoever. And I just wondered if you could say a little bit more about what the sources of his ideas are.
So, Anna, Maria, would you like to start?
Yes. So I also don't know too much about him because it's a very new. I just started looking into this concept of ecological communication now for this presentation, but I know that he's a psychotherapist, and I believe he was influenced by this rejection of traditional psychotherapy that took place in the 60s and 70s. He's American. And I know that he was also, he practiced, I think, Gestalt therapy. So which was also very much about what happened in this transition from traditional psychotherapy to more alternative forms was a rejection of basically the conventional norms at the time, which had to do with some of these ideas about rationality and productivity and these, what I discussed slightly in my presentation. And this Gestalt therapy, which probably you know about, but it was about turning inwards towards one's emotions and giving prevalence to this instead of outside factors and norms and forms of societal conventions. So this is all I can say at the moment, but thank you.
Eva?
Yeah, thank you so much for the. So yeah, you have a point. It's a very interesting juxtaposition of the healthy barbarian. From my research so far, I think it's, there's this centuries long, of course, opposition between the civilized and the barbarian. And I think this is what Micic is getting at there and with this movement. But he has a lot of those tropes and vocabulary of the disgusting, decadent Europeans. And I think this is somewhere, from the 19th century onwards, and especially, it culminates in this modernism in Europe with Baudelaire and all of this urban dandy movement. So his way is like a complete opposition to that, saying you saw that quote, rejuvenation with the blood of a healthy barbarianism, and we're supposed to, the Balkan barbarian figure is supposed to somehow re-establish a different kind of modernism. And in this phase that I'm interested in, I'm still at the beginning of this research, it has a certain playful element, so I don't think it's that kind of serious in the 20s. Sadly, after he's expelled at some point, like the magazine shuts down. I didn't say that in 1926, and then he goes to Paris in 38, and there publishes another novel based on this, and then it becomes ultra nationalistic. So that kind of sense, I think there it's a more serious. Although I still haven't read the novel, it's published in French and then translated into Serbian. But in this phase, it's really supposed to emphasize that difference between you degenerate, and especially in this sexual manner, you degenerate perverts, and there's a lot of Marquis de Sade in there, and this kind of disgust towards the Europeans, and something that we're a different kind of healthy in blood, but in a way that is gonna emphasize the healthiness and not so much a different kind of blood is what I'm still reading on that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Fenelon's Telemachus is a very important writing for Tarimenes, for Bessenyei. He certainly read it, and it was an important influence. Otherwise, in the Hungarian tradition, what I mentioned, that this is the first proper utopia written by a Hungarian, because other people in Hungary wrote utopias, like Jacobus Paleologus, a person of Greek origin who lived in Transylvania for some years, wrote something which can be considered as a utopia, or Johannes Comenius or Jan Kamensky, who also lived in Hungary for a while. He is also a kind of utopian or quasi-utopian writer, and More was important for Hungary. There was a person called Suhányi who wrote a Latin piece in which a fictional Thomas More is giving political advice to the king or the prospective king. That is a reflection on Thomas More, but it doesn't have too much to do with utopia. So the closest we get to traditional classical utopianism is Bessenyei, but it's already within the Enlightenment context and in a much more playful and ironical than Thomas More.
Thank you very much. First, we will have the question from Balázs, and then I've seen that Luisa Pasirin has another question, so you'll go first, Balázs, and then Luisa, and then I'll come there. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, I also have kind of short questions to all of you, to Zsolt, that I was I'm sure it was because of temporal limitation also, but I was surprised that you didn't go into the other engagement of Madách with utopian kind of context or literary tradition, and that's the Phalansters,
yes, sure.
Which is a parody, of course, of Fourier. And that is also very interesting in the sense of how he's subverting it. And of course, there the point is that he reads it completely anti-democratically. Yes, I mean, like that there is no democracy in Utopia, and that's I think also an interesting element of the whole story. And maybe it would be interesting if you would reflect to what extent he is actually engaging with this. And to Eva, I was again thinking that if you want to kind of contextualize this, then you have to go beyond 1918 backwards, because of course you have this Yugoslav integral nationalist project, which is actually connected to a kind of utopian tradition. I mean, and there is also a kind of cultural projection there, of course. I mean, by default, because it's a kind of radical nationalism that is projecting some sort of national unity, but also even in the kind of stylistic literary genre. It's important. I mean, if you take Mitrinovic, I mean, he will be then the author for New Age in the 20s and all that. Yeah. So I mean, it would be interesting to kind of take this whole discussion more into account, and then I think it would lead you to something that is to a certain extent tricky, because then basically this is an anti-modernist project. Yes. I mean, and then it's not by chance that the guy will go into radical nationalism in the 30s. Yes, I mean, it's quite natural. I mean, like it's exactly this trope of vitality, masculine vitality of the Balkans, the Dinaric discourse. This is like Twitch discourse, and this is actually, of course, there in the kind of like, let's say, peacemaking Yugoslavist discourse, but there is also an option in it to kind of subvert it and kind of use it as a kind of alternative futurism. Yes, but the kind of like retro futurism in a way. So I mean, it's utopian, but it's kind of also anti-modernist, and that this tension I think would be interesting to somehow show. And I think a little bit similar question also to Anna Maria, because I knew a little bit about Damahur. I didn't know anything about the other one, but I mean there I always believed, and I mean now I checked it, and it looks like that it's very much, of course, connected to Steinerian tradition, yes, so like basically to anthroposophic tradition, and there, of course, even the aesthetics, the building and whatever, and there I think it would be interesting to see to what extent these communal structures that you are describing are actually embedded in this kind of 1970s alternative psycho whatever thing, or it is embedded in pre-existing traditions of this kind of, let's say, alternative spiritual community building. Is there analogy between, let's say, theosophist or anthroposophist tradition, communal organization, like their way of kind of sorting out internal discussions, delegates? I mean, are they having also citizens A and citizens B in the Swiss village where Steinerians are actually having their own kind of community or not? So I mean, basically, to what extent what you describe is rooted in this kind of 70s post-68 counterculture, and to what extent it's rooted in spiritualistic tradition. And if the spiritualistic tradition is stronger than it seems, then couldn't we create a stronger bridge between modality 1, that is religious community, and modality 3, that you describe as this kind of countercultural, whatever, psychological thing? So like, what is the continuity and discontinuity?
Thank you. Let's start with short this time.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. The phalanstery is one of the most interesting scenes of the tragedy, and today I wanted to have compare and contrast two different utopias, just to see that this issue is very strongly within the Hungarian tradition, and there are two very different generations, and still the attitude towards democracy is quite similar. Now, the phalanstery, you said, indeed, Fourier also calls his idea phalanstery, but what Madách describes as much closer to the Saint-Simonian ideal. And actually, Fourier emphasizes the importance of the emotive wellness of living in the phalanstery, whereas this is what is ridiculed in Madách. This is the place where Michelangelo is forced to carve identical legs for chairs, and everybody has to do something very simple job for the betterment of society. So it's a technological and very much totalitarian dystopia, where decision making is done by a couple of elders who are really very despotic in the name of science, of course. So they make very sophisticated decisions and seemingly scientifically supported, but absolutely anti-humanistic. So this was actually called a proto-dystopia by critics. So before the 20th century dystopian tradition in literature began, this we already have it in the stage.
Yeah, thank you. No, of course, I think that I have these 3 phases now that seem, solidified, but of course, it's not going to be. I'm also thinking about, okay, not in my personal research more now, even from after the 90s and not so much pre-1918, but you're right. And definitely about your other comment, it is very anti-modernist and it's very expected. I was trying to say that there's something in the first phase, as I see it in him, that I would separate this into, and then you can also think about this relationship between nationalism and democracy and what it is, depending on the phases of this artistic movement. In the first phase of the Zenithism, you can even think about something like quasi-democratic aspirations with Micic, because he has this kind of things of not satisfied with socialism, there should be another revolution, and it's then the nationalism is there, but I see it as a very humoristic attempt at doing something, and then it really escalates in this other post-30s phase, and it definitely before the World War. So it's an ambiguous modernist project for sure. But you're right. I mean, I would be also I think that I would have to include something for the pre-1918 phases on how that also relates to the rise of nationalism. But I'm gonna go ahead to Ana Maria.
Well, I don't have too much to say about it, because thank you for the comment, because yeah, I think this would be somehow the next steps also, so to deepen in a way with this, and definitely Damanhur is influenced by Steiner for sure. So the leader of Damanhur, Falco Tarasaco, who died in 2013, he was part of these esoteric circles in Turin during the 60s and 70s, and so I know that he also incorporated aspects of Steiner's philosophy into the community philosophy, which is very eclectic. So it would be very interesting to look also at how communities, theosophical communities, also conducted decision making, and see if there's any similarity there. And also, because of the, I would say, yeah, I noticed in Damanhur both this influence of the counterculture, but also this spiritualistic traditions, as you mentioned. And I only had time to go into the very surface levels of it, but it's there. And maybe this also has to do with New Age spirituality as well. So this very eclectic hodgepodge, of nature of New Age spirituality, which seems to be, which seemed to me influenced by both of these things that you mentioned. So definitely that would be a next step to take, and thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Luisa Passerini.
Thank you.
From our online, yes.
Thank you. Yes, I am very interested in some of the aspects about gender, which have been mentioned more or less implicitly or explicitly in the three talks. In the Damanhur utopian community, what is the real situation of the democracy between women and men? A very simple question, but I remember information and references about how Damanhur was run some years ago, not right now. And in those reports, it seemed that women had a lower degree of democratic freedom and possibility of talking and expressing themselves, and also on the question of their bodies, how they would go around and would go through certain specificity of women's life, women's bodies, so the menarche, the menopause, and so on. So I would be very interested in knowing something about this. And for what concerns Eva, actually, there is a very interesting aspect of masculinity that comes out. And that's really, something that gender studies sometimes have not yet taken sufficiently into consideration. But it seems to me absolutely interesting that this authentic Balkan man is an imaginary which really, I think, would be worthwhile to explore. And finally, these queens, some imaginary and some real, so to say, which sort of torsion does power have in being embodied in a feminine queen, in a feminine leader, as actually I realize that it's not any sort of leader, it's a specific leader, it's a queen. A queen has a charge of perhaps utopianism in it. So I think that these aspects of your talks are very inspiring. And I would be grateful if you tried to say some more about these aspects. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Luisa, for your questions. I think we can start with Eva this time.
Thank you. It's a good strategy. Thank you, Luisa. Yeah, definitely. And as it was already said, masculinity and this idea of the barbaric man, it's always a man. And I think that when you read it in original, it's funny because it's supposed to be, it's a human, but at the same time, there's no there's not even the illusion that there's supposed to be a female energy or anything included in this figure, in this trope of the Balkan authentic man. It's a masculine figure, and I agree. Like this part will definitely that will definitely be a part of this research, this chapter that I'm writing. And then, interestingly, I would also say that here the reception is important because around this group of Semitism, there's a couple of women also working in Hungary and in Serbia around this. And I think a couple of them have reactions to this trope of how can we have utopia and what kind of energy is this without anything female. So I'm like looking into some poets that are working in those circles, but it will definitely be a part of that. Thank you.
Anna Maria?
Yes, thank you. So thank you for your question, Luisa. Yeah, so the question of gender roles in Damanhur. So I asked members, this was one of my questions that I asked during the oral history interviews. I asked women whether they felt there was gender equality in the community, and also men as well. And most of them answered that in their view there was. I remember one narrator in particular, her name was Gato. And she said that I think she was also part of some feminist collectives during the 60s and 70s, but she was saying that in her view, yeah, there were not these differences in gender equality, and it was up to you how you wanted to comport yourself in the community. And then the thing is that I didn't have a chance to ask people, for example, to the extent of the democratic decision making, so the citizen-wide assemblies, if there were issues that, for example, men, were speaking more often than women, or if women felt there was a kind of inequality there. I didn't have a chance to go so deeply into this. But yeah, in general, the idea, I think also in line with this New Age spirituality, which is very much focused on the individual and this, the person's subjectivity, and how somehow what they want to realize in this life, it's all up to them. So somehow the individual is the new God. When I would ask them this question about gender equality, they would also say it's up to you how you want to comport yourself and how to create things. So this was usually the response that I got. Then there was a division, though, I would say, in terms of gender roles when it came to the spiritual practices in the community. So a lot of the spiritual practices, for example, there was a ceremony every month when it was the full moon, and women were in charge of this ceremony in particular because it was associated with reproductive elements and so on. And yeah, so there was a division in this sense, in the spiritual realm. And yeah, this is mostly what I can say about it. I know that there was also a huge change in the community in 2013 when Falco passed away. So they described that actually before 2013, the decision making, they hadn't tried out consensus decision making yet. And now when I spoke to them in 2019, they had said that they were trying to invert the pyramid. So I'm not sure how also this influenced gender equality also in the community, the citizen-wide assemblies and things like this. So
thank you. John?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. In Tariménes, Queen Artemis is an emphatically feminine queen. She is described even in erotic terms, sometimes wearing transparent clothes. If anybody wanted to make a movie out of this, that'd probably be a very interesting scene. At the same time, angelic and to some extent superhuman. This femininity, nevertheless, is not combined with maternity, so she doesn't have children, unlike Maria Teresa, for instance, who had a lot of children. And it's very much in contrast with the very masculine and despotic aspect of Buzorkán, the despot, the opposing king, and who criticizes Artemis, saying that she does not rule over her people, but she serves them. Quite clearly, that is being one of the core of the political message, that is actually the role of the ruler. So this masculinity and femininity, in somewhat stereotypical ways, is very strongly present in Bessenyei's book. As far as very shortly, I'd like to talk about Madács as well, where Eve is again, to some extent, in a stereotypical manner, a very important female power in the world. So whereas Adam is the rational, and Adam is always trying to find out new ways, that always leads to disasters, new and new disasters. And the natural and emotive and very powerful aspect of Eve is one that keeps saving humanity all the time. And in the Athenian scene, she is the wife of Miltiades, who has common sense and an understanding of the situation, whereas all the other who are males are just making things worse.
Many thanks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Luisa, for the questions. We have another question from the audience. Yes.
Yes, actually, it's a very brief question. I was really glad to hear about Italian utopias because 2 weeks ago I finished 2 books by Elena Ferrante. And it was like, I was wondering whether there was any kind of connection between Ferrante's world and these kind of utopias, because in Ferrante, like the scenes are replete with terror and violence. And it seems to me that what the countercultures that you describe go against not so much, the established order, but also this kind of terroristic violence that was very much there in Italy in the 1960s and 70s. I'm not an expert. It's just it was so good to hear about the same era.
No, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you for the comment. I think, I don't know so much because I have to admit I haven't read Ferrante's work, so this is not a good. This would be better for Professor Luisa Pasarini because I'm no expert either. But I'm not sure if she. I think she is building. But thank you for your enthusiasm about Italian utopia.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Do we have maybe one last question or comment? I think Zoltan, you raised. Okay. So we have one last burning question or comment from the audience. Andre?
I have one question. I enjoyed all papers, but I have a question for Eva because I really enjoyed the depiction of barbarians and the from guy. Especially if we consider some comparison, because we know that figure, of course, from Bloch, I think they communicated with him somehow, or from surrealism, or from Czech modern at that time, but mostly it was some form of like provocation for one moment. Yes, surrealists declared that they are barbarians. They declared years after something completely different. In this case, was it somehow like more elaborate and more enduring in their activity, or did they return after the period of the journal? Did they return to it when Peter became severe nationalist? Did he came back to his barbarian idea? So it was also provocation for one moment.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely, you're right. I would say that like a lot of these examples that you were mentioning, the Central European avant-garde feel is there. So it is very, grounded in that time. So it is a kind of a provocation. And I think that's the problem with a lot of these movements. Now I'm like doing research on another Hungarian journal published in Vojvodina Ut. And so it was a circle of these people that were supporting each other. And artistic movements they were definitely, so they had like expressed, they were mostly interested in Dadaism or Futurism or Expressionism. And at the same time, they were very, they had a lot of utopian impulses, I think. But you're definitely right. It's something, and then after 5 years, it's either financial stuff or it's just the community, disappears. So it's a very specific thing in time, but that's what I would say. But in this case, it's interesting because Micic, after he did go to, and this is what I was mentioning in the second phase, if you call it like that, after in the 40s, he writes a novel, and the novel is still, this is like, explicitly Serbian nationalist, and he has another manifesto that is something like Serbian, it's in the title, I cannot remember now, but the novel is still around this idea. It's called The Barbarian Decivilizer. So I think he takes that idea too. That was his life project, basically. So in his case, he never gave up the idea. The circle around him did, eventually, I would say. Yeah. But he stayed on with it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Please join me in thanking our 3 distinguished speakers. Thank you very much, to the audience for the questions and comments, and I believe this brings us to the end of day one, and hope to see you all for the dinner.
Yes, and thank you very much for being here. And please remember that tomorrow we'll begin a little bit earlier at 9:30, so 30 minutes earlier. And if you don't know where I'm asking the speakers where the dinner will be, then please come to me and explain in detail. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Luis.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was fine.
Thank you.
I had questions, but I.
can ask.
I didn't expect it, but I hope it was fine.
Question to you. What are the situations?
Oh my God. Okay. Well, this is original question is Slovenia, Croatia, Serbia, Macedonia, yeah.
Bosnia.
So those were the things. Where's the? Yeah, no, but where's the sign-up sheet? Yes.
But I think we are like a bit sometimes it's not just because sometimes they use for example, for sounds like old camera, so they were just reflect. So, but I think it's just better to keep on my knowledge. That's why I wanted to actually. No, I think there are people on YouTube, like they're watching and they can type in YouTube. That's why I there are questions from YouTube, so I
I was thinking I was gonna tell you if we could like on Sunday, but I guess I'm trying to like organize something, but I'll let you know. Monday, maybe. Okay, then I'll let you know.
See you later.
See you. Oh, thank you. Yes, is everything fine?
It's fine.
Yeah, and that's really, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, okay, I'm Yeah.
Mindig mondani, hogy ezt a demokráciával hogyan lehet de ezt szerintem se És akkor abból, hogy mindenki az, hogy igen, senki nem szavazni. De ez nem úgy, hogy először abból indul, hogy minden demokrata, és utána néz, úristen, hogy lehet ezt korlátozni, hanem kiindul elmélet a modellről, és a konstitúciós az biztos, hogy ez az biztos, és az mindig és utána én azt mondom, és akkor nevezett, amennyiben ne lehet, nem, akkor átjét, akkor ugye vigyázni kell. Szóval, minden így az a tényleges problémát, az nem van, ez egy procedúra, nyilvánjuk a dolgokat.